Stop it. Yes, it's making everything. Okay. All right, problem solved.
Yeah, we got everything in there.
You need a fan?
Perfect. And we're live.
Okay, he needs a fan.
Here's the board.
It feels like there is some air moving. It feels good.
Anyway, if you're wondering why I'm laughing, anyway, that's because I'm happy today. But anyway, thank you, everyone. Welcome to the Wednesday, May 18th, 2022 City Commission meeting, and I'd like to officially call the meeting to order. Mr. Wiley, would you read the roll, please?
Commissioner Frank O'Donnell.
Here.
Commissioner Rocky Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Adam Morrill.
Here.
Commission President Denise McGriff.
I am present. Will you all please join me in the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. We do not have any ceremonies tonight, and as opposed to our last meeting, when we had 4 proclamations, we don't have any for this evening either. Do we, Mr. Conkle? He's shaking his head no. All right. Next on the agenda is item number 4, and we have citizen comments. And I have a number of information items here. Would people like to come up 2 at a time, please? So I'm going to call on Tom Guile and Carla Laws.
All right, Commission President, we have a appointment, not a proclamation.
Oh, we have the appointment.
Sorry.
Petronella.
All right. So let's back up. Just come on up anyway. We'll get through this in a minute or two. Anyway, gentlemen, do you have any objection to us appointing Ms. Petronella Donovan to the Transportation Advisory Committee? She is representing the Oregon City Chamber of Commerce.
I do not. I see it as a mayoral appointment.
Yes. Okay. Well, I'm just asking for your concurrence. So we will do that. Do we need a motion or anything of that sort? Or can I request a motion?
One necessary for an appointment?
The mayoral appointment.
All right. Well, we will bless it. We're done. Welcome, Petronella, to the Transportation Advisory Committee meeting, and we will look forward to all of your sage advice. And I'm really grateful that you are wanting to do that. We need more women on that group because we don't have very many women that ever apply, and the last few women we had, they're termed out right now. So thank you for volunteering for that. It will be much appreciated. Don't let those guys push you around either.
I was at the last meeting and I was shocked to see I was the only woman making longer. But I'm happy to do so. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right. So now we're back to item number 4. So Tom, you're already here, and Carla, come on up. Go ahead, Tom.
My name's Tom Guile, Oregon City. I hate to be that guy, but I guess I have to. Somebody needs to come and ask these kind of questions. I have 2 questions for the City Commission. Currently, the Planning Commission is undergoing a hearing on a critical subject that impacts many neighborhoods and is the largest development ever in the history of the city of 92 acres. My question is this. There have only been 2 hearings with ICON present. They asked for a continuance on the first occasion. The last meeting went to 11 p.m., and many were sent away without the opportunity to provide testimony. Now, either City Attorney Richter or the Planning Division has made the decision to limit the next meeting to only those who cannot provide testimony.
Commission President McGriff and Mr. Kyle.
But this is not about, this is a question about procedure.
It is about procedure, but those procedures may be part of an appeal that later comes before the commission.
Well, then how do I ask the City Commission why it's not fair for us to come and allow more citizens to respond?
Maybe we can talk offline, but this is not the appropriate time to do it because of the City Commission may hear any appeal if so.
But again, Bill.
Asking general questions about process, but about a specific application.
So do I have to call each one individually to ask them? Because it's a procedure about how many
Tom,
people
let me try to clarify this without talking about an application. Maybe I can help you. So the question that, as I understand it, is applicant or people who want to come to a meeting to testify, they want to know if they can testify more than once if it's a different topic at any hearing. So generally we allow for a person to come in and talk about A, B, or C, or D, or whatever issues they have within their 3 minutes. So I think the question was that I received was, if they came to a meeting and they talked for 3 minutes about topic A, could they then come back and talk about topic B and get 3 more minutes? And I think the answer is generally probably not.
Yeah, the time limitations are done to make sure everybody gets a chance to be heard. And there's an unlimited ability to submit all the written material that you want to communicate in written fashion. The time limitations are to ensure that everybody gets to speak, because everybody talked for a half hour. It could go on for 5 or 6 hearings. And so the 3 minutes is what each individual person gets to make their point or points and, focus things appropriately, is generally how things have been done.
Let me ask a follow-up question then. So let's say, for instance, Party A has already given their 3 minutes, and Party B, who doesn't feel comfortable talking, gives their proxy to Party A to talk about what they wanted to talk about. Could somebody defer their time to someone else to bring up a topic that they wanted to talk about, but may be nervous and not able to speak in public?
I would say that's within, the control of the person running the meeting, whether they want to allow proxy testimony like that. It's really what this commission, if the hearing's before this commission, or the planning commission, if it's before the planning commission, how they want to run that meeting.
Okay, I do recall once, some time ago, that there was a party who was not able to be present, but they submitted their testimony, but they wanted it read, and they proxied their time to a neighbor.
That's not how I understood the question, to be honest. I thought it was, if the turnout was so huge, and say you had 30 people and only 20 of them got to get up and speak, is it within the purview of council to say we're going to cut the citizen input off short? That's a general question. Is that?
I'm sorry, we're going to cut the citizen input? I didn't hear the word. Short?
We don't allow the additional 10 people to speak for whatever reason. Does that influence the process by not allowing citizen input because of time constraints?
The state law puts the city under the gun with a 120-day rule. And so, there's only a limited amount of time that the city can do. Any and all citizens are always able to submit unlimited written materials. To the extent there are, without knowing the specifics, I can't tell you specifically. What I believe is that the planning commission wants to hear from everybody, but if meetings are going to 11 o'clock, understandably, some citizens can't, for whatever reason, stay that late. And the question is, what happens at conflict when meetings run too late and there's time pressure to get the decision completed? And, there are a variety of different ways to handle it, depending on what's going on, whether it's a special meeting, whether it's, limiting time limits or something like that. And so, it's really the chair of the planning commission in their role as the administering the meeting would have to figure out how to handle that with the advice of staff.
And I do remember a former mayor asking of the citizen input that if your input is repetitive to what's already been offered,
Raise your hand.
please defer to that person in the interest of time.
Right.
We also had occasion in front of Planning Commission where there were a number of people who were going to testify, and they had pretty much the same thing. So I believe we asked them, all those who are dealing with this issue, do you support that? And then they raised their hand. So we had an idea of the number of people who were there for pro and con on a particular topic.
Yeah, and as both Commissioner O'Donnell and Commissioner President, you both recognize there are different ways to handle it. That, you want to make sure everybody's heard. That's, one of the key parts of the whole land use process. Its goal 1 is citizen involvement. And so that should be one of the priorities.
And so, Bill, thank you, Bill. But is it true? I just heard that Quilla has cut off, or somebody has cut it off, that even new testimony can't be in.
To the extent,
as of today.
To the extent there's
That is not true.
questions about this specific application,
Yeah, we can't
I
talk
would
about
recommend not
I was
talking
talking
about
about procedures, but I understand. Okay. Then my second question, and I hate to be this guy too. I probably served on the planning commission for 8 years. I came to those meetings with an eye patch after a cornea transplant. I came on crutches after knee surgery, and again after a foot reconstruction. I made sure not to miss any meetings. I understand there's a rule that you cannot miss more than 3 meetings in a row, but just how many meetings can a planning commissioner miss before they are judged to not be meeting the requirements of this appointed position? Can you miss 2 meetings in a row, then make the 3rd one, and then repeat that process over and over? The planning commission is supposed to have 7 active members. I just don't see it as fair to fellow commissioners to have someone continually missing meetings and missing the important verbal testimony of citizens and discussions by fellow commissioners. Since this is an appointed position by the mayor, I would presume that it does not take a recall action, but a simple decision by the mayor of the city, or depending on how this election turns out, that could be June, of a planning commissioner not performing their duties as assigned. I just hope that something can be addressed regarding this issue. It shouldn't be in the planning commissioner's purview. They didn't appoint the position, but that's a proud position to be in, serving that. There's a lot of paperwork, and who knows when people miss, are they reading all the documentation? Are they watching the city website? And I'm just wondering what the position of the city commission is on someone missing so many meetings without excuse. And I know there's the rule about 3 in a row, but this goes beyond that. How many meetings can you miss? And that's a question I have for the city commission.
We'll take that under advisement with the city manager and our city attorney.
Okay.
With you, gentlemen?
Yeah, I'm respectful of Mr. Giles' previous service. I know that we live by specific rules, including compelling attendance. I think key committees, I think that's worthy of review, and I think we should refer it to House Counsel and city management to decide what options and review of performance by appointees, including ourselves, if that should ever occur, and get an opinion as to what options are available. And I thank you for bringing it forward.
So many citizens want to know this. They've been waiting to ask, and I finally have to be the one to ask it. Sorry.
I appreciate you bringing it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Carla and Dee Dee, come on up.
Oh, you said my name?
Yeah, I have you under item number 4, which is citizen comments.
Braille at this point.
Is that correct? You're under citizen comments under item 4?
Correct.
Okay.
I just didn't hear you.
Okay, that's okay. I thought I said it loud enough.
You first or me?
I can go first, or?
I'll be first.
Okay.
My name is Dorothy Dahlstrom, but before I want to let you, before I want to start this, I have hearing issues, and I have brand new hearing aids, and I'm coming here and I have the same hearing issues. I have to go sit in my car to listen to this and hear and understand what people are saying. I can hear the podium, but I can't hear our city body during these meetings. And it's
Because you're not close enough to the mic. You need to sit a little closer.
So there you go. I'm just saying.
We do have
I
hearing.
have a hearing issue. I now come, and I used to go sit out in my car and listen to this because I would get in here and get dumbfounded with the echoing. I now have new expensive hearing aids. I still can't understand a friggin' thing that you guys say. It's the echo in here. So I can hear you on YouTube and our body, our city staff, not simultaneously speaking. So just to make it clear, it's really hard to understand what's going on, even at home for a regular person. But when I'm here as a hard of hearing, it's extremely hard. Okay, my name is Dorothy Dahlstrom. I live in Oregon City, and I'm here for citizens' comment. We all know that I'm losing my voice, so I don't even know, allergies. But I'm here because everyone knows I have a couple of beefs in our city. One is, not beefs, things I do for our city is our beautiful canopy of trees, and I try to save as many as we possibly can, especially the unique ones, because they're, quite frankly, a valuable tourism.
Dee, just
tool
get a
down the
little
road.
closer.
And
There you go.
there we go. So my next concern was I was sent an email of some property that was for sale that we spoke about 2.5 years ago when we brought Park Place Park Heritage Tree up for nomination. We were nominating the beautiful white oaks and an incredible stand of high Atlas cedars of 7 magnificent trees that are dated about 180 years old. No other stands of this uniqueness, especially the high Atlas cedars, are anywhere in the northern hemisphere of more than 3 and 4 at a place. We have 7, and we've actually removed some over the course of time. However, the lot that was in question that we brought up during the time when they were thinking about putting a road through Park Place, because a lot up from the end that was supposed to be purchased and or condemned by the city back in, I want to say the 90s, we spoke about this during the Heritage Tree conversation, is back up for sale once again. I wanted to pull up the address and email that all to you, but for some reason on the Redify, it is now longer not listed. But I did, I think, send it to somebody, but it was for sale for $166,000. It's gone from 33 to 70, now to 166. We need to find out what's going on with that property. Are we going to endanger a possible road through our Park Place Park to service one person? Are we going to come up to the side? That was an option that we thought about that would endanger possibly, and I will say this truthfully, 2 high Atlas cedars. And are we going to set a precedent about cutting through parks? Because what I heard when I listened to the testimony about the Park Place Park development, they got credit for a 4.6 park that they weren't sure if it was going to be an HOA, trails, and or park, but they wanted to reserve the right for an easement through the park. Are we going to set a precedent that we can just cut roads through our parks? If that's the case, we're going to lose valuable trees. And does that development get the park credit of the goodness they're supposed to do for building a development, but then get it right for when they have to make an exit road through that development because of a fire hazard? Take it through the park? Thank you very much. I think I've come to my 3 minutes, but this is important. We need to find out what's going to go on with Park Place Park and stop that development up there. We cannot, or make them take it through the easement through that back section by where the water company is and that other area. But they should not be allowed to go through our parks and destroy an extremely valuable and rare tree stand that we can use for tourism reasons.
So we're at our time, Dorothy.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I'm only 31 seconds over. That's good for me.
Mr. Conkle, could you get back to us on that? We kind of left it up in the air because there was some indication by some neighbors that they were going to do a one-off transaction to try to purchase that property.
That fell through.
I don't believe that has happened, so we need to circle back with that, and maybe we can reconnoiter with Mr. Reed on how we can get that project off the ground, get that park protected. Thank you.
And how can we follow up on that? Because I would like to follow up on it.
It'll be discussed at a city commission meeting, so we'll let you know.
Perfect. If there's some type of number or anything I could put around that to follow up, I'd like to be able to do that. Thank you very much, Tony Conkle. I'm laying this on you.
Carla?
Carla Laws, Oregon City. I came up today to talk about, I've seen recently in plans 3 different developments of multi-dwellings on Malala Avenue. It's exciting for the fact that we're looking at affordability. My concern is, though, looking at the plans on these different concepts, is we're just doing the same mistakes that we did with Selwood. Selwood made mistakes. They had built multi-dwellings in historic areas, and they have these high-rises that just don't match the historic houses. And it's, to me, you know, having relatives that go back to Victorian times, the fact that they lived in Selwood and looking at Selwood just makes me sick. And now I'm seeing that happening in my neighborhood, Ealieville neighborhood. I am seeing one at 151 Malala Avenue. I'm seeing one at 701 Malala Avenue. And I'm seeing one coming now at Beverly and Malala Avenue. And what my concern is, not only the fact that it just totally stands out and takes away from the historic vibe of our historic area of Ealieville. The only other thing I'm saying is, gosh, you know, we're looking at affordability and we're making multi-dwellings, but how accessible if we're looking at going green? If we're looking at, you know, right now, we're not at that point. There's not enough parking. For instance, 151 Malala Avenue, they don't have enough parking for at least 4 units and guests. And Logos is packed, so is Roosevelt. Where are these people gonna park? And, you know, honestly, across the street, the apartment complex sometimes tries to park on our streets. We're watching it. We talk all as neighbors, but some neighborhoods aren't as lucky. You're looking at 701, it's an NROD area. It scares the crap out of me for whoever owns that property in the future. The fact that every time a land use is approved by the city, NROD is removed. And it's at the city's discretion to do that. Then you're looking at Molalla and Beverly, and it looks like a multi-dwelling. There's a lot of early mid-century homes there. I am concerned about the look. I'm concerned about affordability. I am also concerned that the commerce, I was watching city commission meetings back in 2019. The plans of Molalla Avenue is to look at commerce. The history of Ealieville was its own geographical location. It was its own little city. And all we're doing is building a bunch of homes and nothing to sustain people to go green. So this is my concern for my neighborhood. I'm concerned about the look of my neighborhood. There's a lot of stable areas that are empty lots right now that there could be looked at multi-dwellings on Molalla Avenue, away from some of the historic homes. Anyways, that's my concern. I would like to see some of these vacant lots in my neighborhood that are empty storefronts actually filled with something more productive. And I'd like to see more commerce being the plans in the future on the base level of a multi-dwelling. And I'd like to see it not take away from our historic homes. And I appreciate you listening, and thank you very much.
Thank you. So if I recall correctly, 151 is the Buell Rasmussen house that has a double lot?
Yes.
Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, that's one of them.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
We'll have staff follow up on that with us and figure out what's going on.
Thank you.
John Valley, it's been a while. Are you here? Vahey. Okay, sorry, I can't read your handwriting. It looks like V-A-L-L-E-Y. I'm sorry.
I should have been a doctor.
No, your handwriting is better than a doctor. It's Vahey, V-A-H-E-Y?
Vahey, V-A-H-E-Y.
Okay, I'm going to write that down so we have that correctly. Thank you. What can we do for you today?
John Vahey, Oregon City, Oregon. Denise, forgive me, this is probably going to be old hat for you. But I think this is my last place to come and complain. My property has the NROD wetland SE1 on a portion of it.
Why don't you tell them what the address is?
18761 Cook. This was delineated by the 1999 Shapiro and Associates local wetland inventory that called out a wetland with precipitation or sheet flow as the primary source of water. Water flow out of wetland is restricted or no outlet. It's all really good until we look back at the 97 Stormwater report that also makes note of this area. The westerly storm drainage from Lafayette flows into this area. This results in areas of standing water during and after storm events, having no outlet to pipe drainage. I had a really nice talk with Tim O'Brien, the regional planner at Metro, and he was of the opinion that the Title III protections were not intended to protect storm flow into my yard from the city. They were really to protect naturally occurring wetlands and not inadvertently created stormwater retention ponds. Since the commission is the only one that can amend the map, here I am, because it's very difficult to have a conversation with staff when they insist that you have an imaginary stream in your backyard that flows uphill.
We got it. Just for the record, I have been to John's property several years ago before I was on the, was I on the commission when I?
You were on the commission,
Okay,
yeah.
I wasn't, yeah. So on the
You
commission.
stopped by, and I think the
looked at
gist
it,
of it was,
because you sent the comment in and I went by to talk to you.
Yeah, I think the gist of it, when you took it to Planning and Public Works, was that Oregon City needed to drain the water onto our property because the expense of the taxpayer of draining it somewhere else would be too high.
That's what you got from the city?
I think that's what you got from city for me. I'm paraphrasing, but roughly. But here I am, hat in hand, asking for some help because Metro says you guys are the only ones that can fix this. They don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole since they weren't the ones that
So Mr. Conkle,
inadvertently.
is this a public works and planning issue?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Have a good night.
We will get back to you, John. Thank you. Is there anybody else that did not sign up but has thought of something that they want to talk about under item number 4? So we'll just give one more opportunity. Okay, all right, so we'll move on to item number 5, which we don't have any presentations today. Do we? We don't, as far as you know? Okay, so let's move on to number 6, which is the adoption of the agenda. So gentlemen, do you have any issue with the items 7A through E? If we don't, then I'd like a motion for adoption of the agenda.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Morrow to adopt the consent agenda. Mr. Wiley?
Commissioner Frank O'Donnell.
Aye.
Commissioner Rocky Smith.
Aye.
Commissioner Adam Morrow.
Aye.
And Commission President Denise McGriff.
All right, aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to number 8, which is public hearings, and I would like to request of my fellow commissioners if we could switch 8A and 8B so that 8B comes first. We're just doing the first reading of HB 2001 Housing Choices Code update, and I believe we do have someone who wants to comment on that particular item. That's correct? Is that okay with you if we switch that? That's going to be.
Yes, it'd be shorter.
It should be
You could
shorter.
dispose of it. Yep.
All right, Mr. Gabizman. I don't think we have any discussion. Did staff want to say anything?
I might weigh in. You may recall that you did the first reading of this ordinance last time, and I suggested redoing it for two reasons. One, we're adopting, there's some new findings added at the request of the Housing and Lands Advocates folks, and in addition,
At the request of whom?
what was the name of the group?
Fair Housing Council.
Fair Housing Council.
Housing Land.
Yeah, Housing Lands Advocates as well. And in addition, the ordinance that was provided posted prior to the meeting had several options, and you were to make a choice between them. And just looking at the charter, it says, the default is every ordinance read in full for the entire thing, but they can be read by title only, but it says an ordinance enacted after being read by title alone may have no legal effect if it differs substantially from its terms that was thus filed prior to such reading. And those changes probably aren't substantial enough, but at the same time, I'd rather not have to have that fight down the road if we have to enforce it. And so I just recommended staff that we do a first reading again.
Okay, well, I saw the letter that came recommending approval, so when and where do we make changes to ordinances based on some comment from somebody after the fact? I guess that since you mentioned that, I'm just trying to understand what the logistics of that are. So would you be so kind as to explain that?
Yeah, normally we wouldn't, I think knowing that with the recommendation from Mr. Gabizman about opening it up, it made sense. Some recommendation about providing additional findings related to how the HB 2001 middle housing projections for middle housing relates to the housing needs analysis. We had done our projections based on our transportation system plan. The numbers are very close. I think they're like 20 units different. So they're like an apples and oranges way to look at future growth. And there was a request to do it based on the housing needs analysis as it relates to the DLCD administers HB 2001. I asked Elizabeth Decker, our consultant, she provided 3 more paragraphs providing that analysis. We added it to the staff report. So we were already coming back here. It was a reasonable thing to do and in a sense also a way to protect the city. So we have kind of growth analysis based on the transportation system plan and the housing needs analysis, and they generally came out about the same.
Well, my only real concern is that we had a public hearing, we had testimony, we closed the public hearing, we said we were going to do the first reading, and now we're going back where there's some additional information that was not part of the public hearing that nobody got to comment on other than somebody who's proposing it. So you see my dilemma a little bit in terms of the process and the procedure, that this is a little unusual.
which is also partially why this is listed as a public hearing.
Right.
And there was also some additional comments by Mr. Berg came in last week, and I made sure to add that into the revised public comment packet, and that is also in your agenda this evening.
Yes, well, see here, I thought we were just going to breeze right through this because we'd already looked at it. I looked at it and I thought, oh, we're doing great, all right. Okay.
The code amendments have not changed.
Yeah, okay. Well, why don't you go ahead and just give a brief overview of what the proposed changes are so we have that for the public and remind my fellow commissioners, since we probably all read this over a week ago.
Sure, there are 3 new items, well, really 2, and then 2 new public comments. The new item is additional findings for the Goaltend housing section in the staff report that looks at middle housing projections based on the housing needs analysis, and that is in conjunction with our exhibit that we did with the transportation system plan analysis, looking at the number of trips. So same general numbers, different sources. The second is we had 2 additional sets of comments. One from Mr. Dan Berg. He had a couple emails that we added to the record along with a response from myself indicating about the items that were incorporated as part of these code change and other issues he will be pursuing in the fall, such as advocating for additional height limits on cluster housing. And the second is a letter from the Housing Land Advocates and the Fair Housing Council, which came to you today, which supports the adoption of this legislative file.
Gentlemen, do you have any questions?
I thought the points that you brought up were valid. That we've closed the record, we make modifications, and no one can comment unless you're going to, I don't know about if notices were properly served or whatever for the revised.
So he's asking.
This was a brand new renotice of a first reading.
It was a renotice, he said. She said.
With this first reading, the commission can add these new public comments into the record in the revised staff report with the revised first reading.
And what's the advance notice requirement for people to be able to comment?
This was all in the revised staff report and the revised public comment from Mr. Berg was in the agenda packet.
I understand that. Does that meet public notice requirements for advance notice for people to review it and be prepared to come in and comment? The mere fact that it was in the agenda?
Yes.
Yes?
Mm-hmm. In fact, Dan Berg did register for public comment for tonight by phone.
Okay, well, why don't we go ahead and open the public hearing. And if you want to do the words that we need to say before we have this, and then we can ask for public testimony.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner President McGriff.
Just whatever, yeah. It doesn't matter, just
Acting mayor.
call me late for dinner.
Tonight, we've got a land use hearing on a legislative amendment to the city's municipal code. As a legislative amendment rather than quasi-judicial, the amount of admonitions at the beginning of the hearing are not as lengthy. There isn't we would ask that comments be directed at the specific provisions of the matter and identify what concerns are and the criteria and standards that are expressed. But in terms of bias and ex parte context, those just aren't concerns in in a legislative matter. So with that, I would say, well, you're ready to open the public hearing.
Okay.
I want to ask the same question, Mr. Weisman. Do you agree that public notice requirements were fulfilled? Okay, I wanted a legal opinion. Thanks.
Okay. Both of the people are on the
Just
Zoom.
Dan Berg. And I'm going to give him a call.
Okay, the other person. Okay, go ahead. Dan, are you there? Can you hear us?
Not yet.
Oh, not yet. Okay.
Hello?
Hey, is this Dan Berg?
Yeah, I'm good because all the changes were already made.
did you want to provide your 3 minutes of public comment?
No, I'm good. Everything's good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, and then the other one is just the letter that was submitted. Has everyone had an opportunity to read the letter that came? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, it doesn't look like we have anybody in the audience that wants to testify on this particular item, which is 8B. So why don't I go ahead and close the public hearing, and then we can deliberate. So closing the public hearing. All right, what's your pleasure? Do you want a little more specificity on what those changes are? I mean, I thought Christina did a good job on explaining what those were. Okay, if it is confusing, so I get that. We have a motion.
I'll move to approve the first reading of Ordinance 22-1001, the HB 2001 Housing Choices Code update.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion while we still are on the dais about this particular item? All right, seeing none, I'll call for the question.
Actually, first the reading.
Oh, yes, sorry, first reading.
Ordinance number 22-1001, an ordinance adopting amendments to the Oregon City Municipal Code, Title 16 Land Divisions, and Title 17 Zoning of the Oregon City Municipal Code.
Commissioner Frank O'Donnell,
No.
Commissioner Rocky Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Adam Marl,
Aye.
and Commission President Denise McGriff.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, so we will do the second reading at our first meeting in June. That is, I believe, June the 1st. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. All right, so let's get to the second item under our public hearing, and that is item 8A. It's an appeal of approval of a new 3-story, 30-unit apartment complex located basically on property abutting Warner Milne, but also has a portion of it on Kamm Street. So let's hear the staff report.
So I'll start the staff report. Good evening, Acting Mayor McGriff and Commissioners. I want to spend just a couple minutes providing an overview and introduction to the process. Much of this you already likely know, but also for the participants here and this evening and those watching, so everyone knows the grounds rules. This is an appeal from what's known as a Type 2 process, also known as a limited land use decision. Process is designed for situations where the city's discretion is limited, typically clear and objective standards and an outright allowed use on the property. And that's what we have here. The city isn't setting policies or making discretionary decision. It's applying already existing criteria to existing facts. The use multifamily residential is an outright allowed use in the zone. Because there is no policy being created and just applying mainly clear and objective standards, it's treated more ministerially than what you typically see coming to the Historic Review Board or the Planning Commission before coming to you. There's not a public hearing at the first stage. Its notice was provided to the neighbors and to the neighborhood association. Opportunity to comment open to anyone. Decided in the first instance by staff with the possibility to be appealed to the commission, which it was. These processes are largely dictated by state statute and gives the city and the commission limited opportunities. Significant parts of the decision already baked in. For example, the zoning of the property, the number of parking spaces that are required, size of the yard. Those are really numerical standards. There are a few things to talk about that Christina will talk about. The other important limitation in this appeal is set in our code, and for appeals of this nature, there's no new evidence. It's what was in the record before the staff, and no new issues. What was identified by the appellant in their appeal, they can bring up any issues, but once that notice of appeal goes in, that's it. Finally, we're also working with a limited time. As you know, every city in the state has to deal with a 120-day rule. Once an application is complete, the city has a total of 120 days, or about 4 months, to complete its entire review, including any appeals. That includes the city's initial review and investigation, public comment and hearing if it's required, including the notice that goes out, reviewing all those new comments, creating and issuing a decision, and again, a notice period for people to review and possibly appeal. And if his appeal filed, then having a notice and issuing a final decision. A lot has to happen in that period. In this case, the 128-day period expires in this application later this week, as I understand it. So we have some limitations on the timeline in which we're operating. And with that, I would turn it over to Christina to dive into some of the issues.
So before you get to that, could you briefly just explain, since Mr. Kvaisman brought this up, what was the timeline? If the timeline is short, there obviously were some extenuating circumstances as to why we are close to being to the wire.
Sure, actually, this was a complicated project, and in this situation, we actually requested an extension of, I believe, about 20 additional days in order to release the staff report in a timely manner, and at this point, May 20th is the 120-day deadline.
You requested an extension of whom?
From the app.
And they said no.
They initially gave an extension to May 20th, and that's what we have right now.
To May 20th, okay, thank you for clarifying
Sorry.
that.
Sorry, Chair.
No, that's okay, you had the same question I did.
There's also the public hearing script, and I can do that either before or after the staff report.
Why don't you just go ahead and do it now, then we can
Okay.
do the staff report, and then we can just go straight to the testimony.
All right. Tonight, the City Commission will hold a public hearing on a land use appeal from the decision of the Community Development Director. The City Commission's role is to review the record of the proceedings before the Director, the appeal documents, and conduct a public hearing considering solely the evidence already in the record. In making this decision, the Commission must apply the applicable code and laws, and it cannot vary from those. A staff report was prepared for the application and has been made available to the public 7 days before today. Staff report identifies the approval criteria that apply to this proposal. Staff has analyzed the criteria which are contained in the staff report. The quasi-judicial hearing procedure the Commission will follow is set out in state law and the Oregon City Code. The hearing procedure steps we'll follow tonight will be first a staff report for 10 minutes, then testimony by the applicant, then the appellant, then others who submitted comments to the Director, appellant rebuttal, and finally, the applicant, as they carry the burden to show all criteria have been met, they get their final rebuttal. As I alluded to earlier, the City's Commission review of this matter is limited in 3 ways. Only those individuals who submitted comments to the Director may participate this evening. The Commission may only consider the issues that were identified in the Notice of Appeal, and the only evidence the Commission may consider is that presented to the Director. No new evidence is allowed. Anyone wishing to speak in the appeal should raise their hand when the Commission President identifies the appropriate time for public testimony, including online. For the public record, we ask that we make sure that we have your address if you want to receive a notice of the decision. That's the reason for the address, is that we can provide that information to you. If testimony should be directed towards the applicable approval criteria, again, limited to the issues raised in the Notice of Appeal, any person may submit written material while the public record is open until the public record hearing is closed tonight, so long as it doesn't contain any new evidence. Any written materials submitted to the staff will be placed in the record. If the City Commission makes a decision with which you agree, any decision must have been raised if you want to appeal it. Without raising the issue on the record with sufficient detail that the city and all parties can respond to the issue, it will be deemed not appealable to the State Land Use Board of Appeals. In addition, the failure of the applicant to raise constitutional or other issues relating to a proposed condition of approval with sufficient detail to allow the local government or its designees to respond to the issue precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Members of the Commission are to be unbiased and free of conflict of interest, and to not have had ex parte contacts. So do any of the commissioners believe that they're biased or have any potential conflicts, such as family, financial, or business relationships with the applicants or with regard to the property in question?
No.
No.
I do not.
I'm unbiased. I have no financial relation to this, and the only, I did drive into it today to understand the lay of the land, and that's it.
Okay. And that's the next part.
Hang on. So Commissioner Smith, did you do any site visits?
My uncle used to live on Kamm Street, but he does not live there any longer, so I know the area.
You're familiar with it? Commissioner Morrow?
No ex parte contact.
Site visit?
No.
Okay. I did go to the site on Saturday on the Kamm Street side. I had been by the site on Werner Milne about a week and a half ago because I was at the credit union and saw the notice of land use action posted, so I drove into the property to read it and look at it. I will say that for the declaration on the record, I am familiar with a lot of people that are sitting in this room with regard to the fact that many of them are my neighbors, and I'm familiar with some of the applicants. But I don't have any financial arrangement or gain. I am not biased about this, and I will be able to hear the facts of the case on the record as specified.
Does anybody wish to challenge any member of the commission? Does anybody wish to challenge the commission's jurisdiction to hear this matter? Seeing none, I would start with the staff report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Geisen. Commission President.
Get that close. That's the one that we always have a hard time hearing John at.
Tell me when I'm too loud or not loud enough, and I will adjust. Okay.
Dee Dee, can you hear that?
Can you hear me, Dee Dee?
Are we talking to me?
Can you hear me?
Obviously, you're not.
Yeah, no, we are talking to
Okay, let me know when you can hear me or cannot hear me, and I will do my best to adjust.
Somebody in the back row raised their hand and said they weren't. You can't hear John? Or yes, John is saying thumbs up. Thank you, John.
Okay.
Okay, we're all good.
All right. Feel free in the middle of my presentation to let me know.
How many pairs of those does he have?
Several.
50?
Okay. As indicated by Mr. Kabaisman, the layout of this evening is staff presentation and then an applicant presentation. The appellants both have their own ability to present. Public comment for anybody withstanding in this application, rebuttal from appellants, then applicant, and deliberation and decision. There are two appellants this evening. Ealieville Neighborhood Association is AP 22001, and Dave Wakefield is AP 220002. There's a staff supplemental memo provided to you with a joint response to those appeals. As indicated by Mr. Kabaisman, the commission's review is limited by our municipal code. An appeal hearing shall be conducted by the City Commission. The decision shall be on the record, and the issues under consideration shall be limited to those in the notice of appeal. There's two limitations: no new evidence, and only those issues identified in the appeal may be discussed. Comments and testimony of people withstanding that present new evidence or new arguments cannot be used in the deliberations and decision of this appeal. Any party can raise objection of new evidence this evening if it comes up, and staff will note that for the file. I have gone over the submittal by both appellants and public comment this evening, and the applicant, and I have a couple items I'd like to identify as potentially new evidence. The Ealieville Neighborhood Association, there's several photos submitted that are not part of the record. Photos 1 and 2 of their packet, which shows some Google Street views. Photos 4 through 7, which are some really nice ducks, but they're not unfortunately in the record, as well as some squirrel photos. So these photos were not part of the original public comment. There's a September 22nd 22nd, 2001, that's a misspelling on my count. Public records request email to Jacob Wiley. There's a National Weather Service website data outlining Oregon City's annual precipitation for the last 3 prior years that do not seem to be in the record, though there are other precipitation data that's in the record. So I'll let both the applicant and the appellant speak to that. And an October 31st, 2019 letter from the Historic Preservation Office for a separate pre-app for the Holmes Lane multifamily project. In addition, I have some additional items I have identified. There was an email sent to the City Commission today from Emily Lisborg. She does not have standing to participate, and you should disregard that email. Page 6 and 7 of the applicant's response, which is attached to your agenda. The last 2 pages have a channel report, which is looks like an engineer report dated May 12th. That is a new piece of evidence. There may be data from their stormwater report, but that is a new piece of evidence you should not be able to rely on as part of your deliberations and decision. Other portions of their stormwater report in the record can be used. Let's see, I have 2 more items. There is some public comment being turned in this evening from Dr. Leanne Leigel, and there's page 2, which you don't have yet, you'll have in public comments. Looks like a bullet reference from the Division of State Lands. And second, there's a public comment from Catherine, and I apologize if I say your name wrong, Heiselwitz, did I say that correctly? There's the first part of a paragraph is a conversation from March 3rd of this year talking to someone from the State Lands Jurisdiction Coordinator, and that's new information for the record, and that should be not part of your deliberations this evening. Let's see. If any party believes these items are a fact in the record, they should let the City Commission staff know during public comment. Let's see, next. So you have some options in front of you this evening. I want to make sure I get you that right slide. I have this slide at the beginning and the end of the presentation, so we'll go back to it when we get to deliberations. But in general, with appeal options, the City Commission has a couple options in front of them process-wise. One, if requested by the applicant and agreed upon by the City Commission, they could remand this application to allow additional information. It would go back to staff. The 120-day waiver would be, the 120-day deadline would be extended. New public comment would happen, new opportunities for anybody to make public comment. So a remand would be an opportunity to provide new information. That is up to the applicant to allow. The second option for the City Commission is to deny the appeal and affirm the approval of the Community Development Director of the application as approved by staff with conditions. The next option is to deny the appeal and affirm the approval with modified conditions. So in this situation, you would be denying the appeal, affirming the Community Development Director's approval, but you might modify a condition or two as directed by the City Commission. And the last option in front of you is to approve the appeal, which would deny the application, and you need to provide modified findings to staff to create a final order, which would need to be sent out by this Friday, which is the 120-day decision. So kind of as we move forward this evening, I think these are the options that are in front of the commission tonight. Remand the application if allowed by the applicant, deny the appeal, but affirm the approval with modified conditions, or approve the appeal and deny the application. I have a couple of slides. I'd like to provide just some overview to get everybody to provide a basic overview of the proposal and the elevations and site plan. The site currently consists of 2 tax lots, one in which fronts Milne Road and contains a small residential style office building, and one lot that fronts and accesses Kamm Street and contains no structures. The 2 lots will be combined as part of this development, and the existing structure will be demolished. The site is zoned mixed-use corridor, and a multifamily apartment is an outright allowed use in this zone. The proposed application seeks to replace the existing building with a 30-unit multifamily dwelling and a through connection from Kamm Street to Milne Road.
May I ask a question on that
Sure.
first? You go back.
Sure.
Potential placement of either the,
1 second, let me give it, there we go.
so the uppermost view with the yellow area identifying the land in question. Placement of the bollard or gate, is that at the end of Kamm Street?
It would be right where, if the commission wishes to pursue that
Potential
option,
placement of it.
it would be right where Kamm Street abuts the property to the north.
And that would limit entrance and exit to the property to Milne only?
Yeah, actually, the next slide is a better slide that shows the site plan. I
Okay,
can show you
I'm
that.
just trying to understand it. Thanks.
Before you switch, so
Sure.
you stated that the zoning for both parcels is MUC?
Correct,
Okay.
they're both MUC.
And so if they're combined, they would still be MUC? Okay. And that's the plan?
Okay. So this shows the proposed layout. The applicant is proposing a multifamily apartment that fronts both Milne and Kamm Street. In lieu of a full street extension through Kamm Street, there is a proposal to require public access easement through the driveway portion, as asked by Commissioner McDonald, right where it says Kamm Street would be, that would be the location of a gate or bollard. And so that means that residents would access the site through Warner Milne Road by vehicle, though pedestrian access would be allowed through Kamm Street.
And the width of that street that goes through the proposed development is?
Our assistant city engineer has a couple slides coming up, and I know he has the details on that. I can't quite read the proposal right here.
Thanks.
Like 24.
I think it was 20s.
24.
It's definitely neck down, I do know that. Okay, let me do the next slide. So this shows both the front elevation on Warner Milne and the front elevation on Kamm Street. Your frontage is defined by when a property line abuts a right-of-way, and so in this situation, both Kamm and Warner Milne are frontages, and they required to create front elevations and front entrances on both of those lower elevations. The side elevation is, in a sense, the parking lot elevation. This is a map of the wetlands delineation and natural resource overlay review on the right, and I've just grabbed 2 photos from the wetlands report to provide background for the City Commission. What you see on the left is generally about that transition between the identified intermittent stream and the non-intermittent stream portion of the site. Yeah, I'm going to do the next slide.
Direction, are we, okay, there you go. The next one's going to show the directional.
No, actually, that's looking north to your left. I'm
looking towards Kamm Street because that's where that garage is.
Yep, you're looking towards Kamm Street. Warner Milne would be behind you on the left. I need to zoom in a little bit to see.
And will that channel?
Both of them, you're looking north. So the one to your left, you're closer to Kamm Street. I'm sorry, closer to Warner Milne, looking north. And the photo on your right is, you're still looking north to Kamm Street, but you're onto the site, farther onto the property.
Will that channel shown in the right picture survive the development?
Well, as proposed, the staff has indicated the applicant has provided sufficient information that this is not an intermittent stream, and that really is one of the questions this evening, and I have a slide on that. So as part of the application, a neighborhood provided comments that the applicant had removed trees prior to the submittal without obtaining a type 1 site plan and design review, which is required for commercial sites, regardless of being developed or not. As part of the proposal, staff is requiring the applicant to submit a separate type 1 site plan and design review where they are required to identify the trees that remove and mitigate them through our 17.41 tree mitigation code. And I have a separate slide on this, but these are the photos showing to the left prior to the tree removal and to the right after the tree removal. Okay. I'm going to bring up our Assistant City Engineer, Josh Wheeler. He has 2 slides to speak about transportation, that Kamm Street connection, as well as stormwater analysis. And I'm going to pass this to Josh.
I just got one more slide.
That's true.
Click it. Yeah. Okay, so the city code in chapter 1612 requires that a development should provide existing or future connections to adjacent sites through the use of vehicular and pedestrian access easements where applicable. That is what the applicant is proposing. It also says you should provide for the continuation or appropriate projection of existing principal streets in the surrounding area and on adjacent parcels. In this case, the applicant physically is extending Kamm Street through their parcel to Warner Milne, meeting that portion of code. The code also says vehicle and pedestrian access easements may serve in lieu of streets when approved by the decision maker and only where dedication of a street is deemed impractical. And so in this situation, the width of the street extension that is coming down from existing Kamm down through the site to Warner Milne is less than the desired road width of a typical residential road, which is off the top of my head, I don't recall the exact number.
Right away is what we typically have in our residential neighborhoods.
I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I can check that up. Don't know it exactly. And since it is not the size of the road that code requires, we have approved this to be an easement rather than a dedicated right-of-way, therefore meeting that section of code. And then the code also says that vehicular and pedestrian easements shall allow for public access and shall comply with all applicable pedestrian access requirements. And we have conditioned this project to have a proper easement in place before the business is operated. Next slide. With stormwater, stormwater somewhat relates to the natural resource overlay district, but also does not. Christina will talk about the natural resource overlay district, but from a stormwater standpoint, the question has come up about the amount of flow coming from existing Kamm Street in the existing physical ditch that exists and how that exits down to Warner Milne, and if this development will cause any future flooding of the upstream area. What the stormwater and grading design standards of the city require is that an upstream and downstream analysis is required to ensure that no additional flooding will occur upstream or downstream. It is not required to mitigate any existing flooding that occurs, only that they cannot make the flooding worse if there is existing flooding. In this project situation, you'll see this dashed line that comes down the site from Kamm Street and then along what would be the eastern portion of the site, the bottom of the picture, in that dashed line.
A second, so he can get the hand there. Okay.
Yeah. So what Jacob is showing there, perfect. That is the storm sewer, which would replace that ditch, and that sewer would be sized accordingly during plan review. And staff has reviewed the initial preliminary calculations and determined that the size of that pipe is sized appropriately, but further review will be needed as the conditions require. The site is also providing stormwater management to store some of the water and treat that water with water quality facilities through various areas on site, through most of the landscape areas, and then empties into a final stormwater management area at the southeast corner of the site.
So Josh, are those flagged with identifying numbers like 38 or that? And
those various numbers in there are part of an engineering plan that do not necessarily relate to locations of things. Those are technical details that are a snippet out of an engineering plan. But again, we'll circle here the southeast corner of the site. That is where the ultimate flow goes to and has ultimate treatment, but there are pockets of treatment throughout the site as well, which is required by the stormwater and grading design standards and will be reviewed during the plan review stage of the permit.
What are these chevron areas there that are labeled 4, 9, 39, 4, 9, and 4, and then 9, 4, and 39?
So those areas are shown as perforated pipe areas under some of these stormwater management areas that allow the water to come in, filtrate through various plantings and landscaping, and then get into a perforated pipe, which ultimately goes into that dash pipe that we outlined earlier.
so our plan is on this impervious surface that we're going to create for this parking lot. That's your collection plan for stormwater.
Correct. The collection plan is to get into these stormwater management areas within the landscape pockets around the parking lot, be cleaned through a water quality provision, release into perforated pipes that go into the ultimate storm pipe that we outlined earlier.
And the existing channel remains?
The existing channel is replaced by this pipe.
Replaced by, okay.
Number 27 on the bottom. It's a little square over towards the Kamm Street side.
Right-hand side of the drawing.
Yeah, what's that?
I I do not know what that is specifically at this time. It's something of a technical nature to outline part of the design of the project.
The applicant will tell us when they get up there.
Yeah, and I would also defer the question of the width of the access easement area to the applicant as well.
What is the width of the public right-of-way for Kamm Street?
The existing width of the right-of-way?
I mean, the platted right-of-way.
The applicant can answer that question, or we can research that online. We do not know that off the top of our heads.
Narrow, because I drove it.
Well, I know, but the paved part is not necessarily the
Oh, the right-of-way.
right-of-way. That's why I'm asking what the right-of-way is, not the pavement section. That I definitely, I mean, I know it's narrow.
But firsthand observation I can tell you there's no opportunity for expansion in width.
Don't know that because we don't know what the right-of-way width is, so.
No, I'm telling you because of the residences and the drainage ditch.
Yeah, I agree, but a lot of times people have their front yard, they think it's theirs, but it's really a platted part of a right-of-way, so it's
Okay.
one of those conundrums. People don't always know where their property lines are if they don't have a curb and a sidewalk. Wow, okay, thank you. Anything else from Mr. Wheeler?
No, I'll be available for questions throughout this hearing, and I believe Christina has the rest of the presentation.
And again, the chevrons are collection points for the drainage pipe?
Yes.
Okay.
I think the information the commission is asking is in the staff report, so I'm handing the staff report to Mr.
I read
Wheeler.
it, but you know, I have a lot of mine is pretty well marked up.
Yeah. All right, okay, next slide. The Natural Resource Overlay District. One second. Okay. The Natural Resource Overlay District is adopted in city zoning, was based on a high-level review of the natural resource area throughout the city in 1999 by Shapiro and Associates. The code recognized that in attempting to map natural resources throughout the city, that a high-level review would not properly account for the particulars of every property in the city. Accordingly, the code allows an applicant to demonstrate that, notwithstanding the location of the map on the property, if the owner can demonstrate that there are no regulated resources on site, or if there's been a reduction in size of the resources identified in the 1999 wetland inventory, the requirements of the Natural Resource Overlay District will not be applied. The applicant has applied for a Type 2 review for exemption for a resource under the administrative review criteria found in 17.49260. If the applicant has submitted sufficient information to show compliance with the exemption criteria, the city is obligated to process the exemption as a Type 2 administrative review. The technical memorandum by Ivy Watson, a natural resource scientist, indicates that the resource is an artificial watercourse, reflects the predominant grass species of the flat upland portion of the site, does not have evidence of macroinvertebrates, and any inundation is related to stormwater events and not naturally occurring flows. David Evans and Associates was contracted by the city to provide a third-party review of the applicant's submittal. In a letter dated April 11th, which is exhibit in your packet, DEA concurred that no wetlands are on the site. Furthermore, DEA agreed with the applicant regarding the water feature on the site and found that it did not meet Oregon City's definition of a perennial or intermittent stream and should not be viewed as a regulated water feature or NROD resource. There's going to be a lot of discussion this evening about the Natural Resource Overlay District, and I'm going to ask the City Commission to continuously go back to this slide, because this is what you're asked this evening. Has the applicant provided sufficient information to show that the resource is not a protected water feature? And so number 2 identifies rivers and perennial and intermittent streams. And then you go to the definition of stream. So tonight, the City Commission is looking at the definition of stream. Has the applicant provided sufficient information to show that the resource does not meet the definition of an intermittent or perennial stream? And so I'm going to read it out loud, but this is the definition you'll need to look at this evening in your deliberations. Stream means area where surface water produces a defined channel or bed, including bedrock channels, gravel beds, sand and silt beds, and defined channel swales. The channel or bed does not have to contain water year-round. This definition is not to include irrigation ditches, canals, storm or surface water runoff structures, or other artificial water courses unless used to convey naturally occurring streams prior to construction of such water courses. Streams are categorized in two classes: perennial streams and intermittent streams. Perennial streams mean a stream that flows year-round during years of normal precipitation. Intermittent stream means a stream that flows only part of the year or seasonally during years of normal precipitation. So that is the code that staff was required to use in determination if the applicant had met the criteria for an exemption. And I know the applicant is here and their natural resource scientist is here to provide additional information. But in the commission's review, this is what you'll need to look at this evening when you do your deliberations.
And that evaluation of those conditions is provided by this report from Harper, Half, Peterson?
Correct, and Ivy Watson is here
And
this
they're in the
evening.
employ of applicant?
Correct.
And do we have any firsthand testimony from those who live there about
We
conditions
do,
in
so
the
there's a
street?
lot of information in the record this
Okay.
evening. And you'll hear from the applicant.
Okay.
You'll hear from appellants, and you'll hear from neighbors. But I want to send you back to this slide because this is the criteria you'll use.
Understood.
That stormwater was reviewed by our.
Correct. So David Evans Associates, which is our third-party natural resource overlay district consultant, reviewed the applicant's wetlands report. And that's the exhibit I spoke in. The DEA exhibit, David Evans Associate, is exhibit 8.
Yes, I see it.
I think we are going to have a little bit of a conundrum. I think that the definition of years of normal precipitation, I have lived in this community for a long time, and I can't recall that we've had any weather that has been normal. That would be defined by that. And so I don't know what that is because it's been different every single year.
So I'm going to rely on what's in the record. Let the applicant speak, let the appellant speak.
But I mean, I'm just saying that we have a conundrum there.
So I don't have the answer for you tonight.
I don't either.
But I want to tell you that this is the criteria you'll use.
Yeah.
Okay, so next slide. As indicated in my previous slide describing the tree removal from 2018, as part of the staff report, there's additional condition that the applicant is required to mitigate all trees removed. And they are mitigating through column 1 because they are outside the construction area because there was nothing proposed through a type 1 tree mitigation. And because there's not a tree inventory, which you normally have as part of a proposal, staff proposed the 19 to 24 category as there's kind of a variations of tree sizes in the overlay photo shown. The city commission can choose to use a higher mitigation number, either the 25 to 30 or the 31 inch caliper or over as part of a revised condition. So there are other issues brought up by the appellants. Staff has a response in the addendum. For these items, the applicant either met the clear and objective criteria, the issue was not based on a criteria for approval, or the city met the required process procedures, and staff is available to answer any questions you may have on these. So again, I have the city commission options. I'll bring those back during deliberation. The city commission, with the okay of the applicant, can remand back to open up the record and accept new information and provide new notice. Deny the appeal and affirm the approval as written. Deny the appeal and affirm the approval with modified conditions. Staff has identified 2 that the city commission could look at, potentially allowing a bollard or gate at Kamm Street, and potentially requiring a higher category tree mitigation. If the city commission finds that the applicant has not provided sufficient information to demonstrate an exemption of the natural resource overlay district, then the city commission could approve the appeal and deny the application, but we would need modified findings by the city commission because we would need to turn around and create a final order to be mailed out by this Friday. So this is all I have at the moment. I'm available for questions, or we can move forward with the applicant's presentation.
Have any questions at this time? So something that will help me is if Mr. Wheeler does know about what the width of that right-of-way is, that would be fantastic to know. I would like to know that.
Don't believe we located in the record. We'll keep looking. The critical issue is that the evidence has to be in the record. And so we're trying to make sure whether or not it's in the record or not.
That's a basic fact that
Understood.
Warner Milne has a certain right-of-way, and so does, and I looked for it in the traffic report, but, you know, after I started reading through it, I guess a couple of other questions that I have is, of staff, is there was a comment regarding setback. So if the MUC zone is abutting a residential zone, which is behind it, the setback on the rear yard is what?
And I'm going to go back to a slide to explain that. That was an interesting one. Let me go back, sorry. I think this is the better one. So our definition of frontage is when a lot line abuts a right-of-way, and so the north property line is a frontage, and therefore we have required 2 front elevations for this application. And
Are we talking about Warner Milne?
Warner Milne and Kamm Street are both,
okay.
both frontages.
Right, they are frontages.
And therefore, it's the side and rear yard setback that has the extra 20 feet. There is no setback for a front yard. So that's that conflict between our definition of frontage and.
What's the setback for the rear yard?
The rear yard is, the rear yard, because there's 2 frontages, both Warner Milne and Kamm being frontages, the side yard is the parking lot elevation. The rear yard is the elevation that faces the property that was just recently purchased by PGE. And that is dictated based on our definition of frontage.
So say that again using the streets.
Sorry.
Setback from Warner Milne is?
Both Warner Milne and Kamm Street are frontages, therefore they have front yard setbacks. 5 feet.
5 feet. And the 2 side yards are the 1, 2, I would say facing, generally not facing, but in the direction of Lynn Avenue.
The parking lot elevation is a side elevation, therefore the rear elevation would be the elevation abutting the PGE property. So what you see the north, the topmost part of your photo right now, which would be the west elevation if we were standing, looking north at Warner Milne. Jacob, would you like to, could you put your, yep, that would be the rear elevation. The parking lot would be the side elevation. And there's 2 front elevations because there are 2 frontages.
So my question is, the 2 front elevations on Kamm and Warner Milne, there's entrance access to, those are frontages, those are facades of the buildings. Those are entrances into the buildings on those faces?
Correct. Yep, both are required to have front elevations. And so both of those 2 needed to meet our multifamily front elevation requirements. And actually it was required as part of this application because it abuts Kamm Street, which turned it into a frontage.
Yet the stairwells to access the upper units are on the side elevations.
And that's fine. You just have to have a front, you have to have an entrance on, that's required to have an entrance for multifamily.
My notes.
Well, I was finding it interesting that the decision on the street not being a dedicated street rests with this body, I presume? If you go back about the street, it talked about
Right.
the decision-making body, which is
Which
us.
is City Commission. So I can bring up, Josh Wheeler, the question is if the City Commission wants to extend Kamm Street through the site as a public right-of-way. That's something I can defer to our public assistant city engineer at Public Works to talk through that.
So we do, but way to make sure that the dimension that you're requesting was in the record somewhere. We did end up finding it in a tax map on the wetland report, and the existing Kamm Street right-of-way is 40 feet.
40 feet.
And then your question earlier of how large is a typical street required to be?
I think it's 32 or so is my guess.
Well, that's if it had curbs and
That's in the staff report here.
curbs and sidewalks and all that.
I want to make sure I get the exact number for you. A local street with mixed use is a 62-foot right-of-way with 40 feet of pavement.
Just for reference for me, do you happen to know the actual width of the paved Kamm Street?
I do not know that off the top of my head, and it is not in the record that I found.
Probably about 20.
About 24.
We can't, sorry,
I can't
you cannot speak from the audience. I am really sorry. This is the commission asking questions of the staff. So we will get to you, I promise, I promise, I promise. We're just trying to get this straight in our heads about some of the information. So thank you. We have to make sure that what you're going to say is not new evidence. So thank you, Josh.
Did you have any additional questions for Mr. Wheeler?
Apparently, it's not stated in the record anywhere, the width of Kamm Street the paved area, which I drove it. I have a good feel for it, but it's not in the record.
So I believe in the record are some comments about, and thank you for having this on the screen because I'm trying to read this plan on my computer was just not working. I mean, it was hard to see. So this is just the basic site plan, and it kind of shows, I can see some little circles for trees, and I think somewhere on here it says, I think it says usable open space. Is that correct?
Correct. That's part of the open space as proposed by the applicant to meet the open space requirements of multifamily. It's a numeric calculation.
And how much are they required to have?
Sure. Let me take a look.
I can see. Thank you, Jacob. That's like the expando view. Thank you.
Here, it's in my memo. Give me one.
Hold that view for a second. Do I see, does that say 24 feet from the one side of the street to the back of the parking place?
Yeah, I think
Yes,
that's what
they are
you're saying.
proposing their
24 feet.
easement area, access aisle, extension of Kamm Street, whatever you prefer to call it, as 24 feet wide.
And the other hash mark that shows the depth of the parking place, what is that? How many feet is that?
Like they're 19 feet.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me.
Okay.
So if they have those Herkin trucks, they're not going to fit in there, but compacts would probably. Most parking spaces are around 20. Yep. So, okay, so there is some proposed open space. I saw in the record there was a concern about what that would, where that is, what that would be. Okay, that other little square, that's garbage and recycling. Okay, thank you for that too. Now I can read that.
Commissioner McGriff, I do have the answers for open space, if that's helpful.
And then we've got a good neighbor privacy fence, okay. All right. Thank you, that is really helpful as you're moving that over.
Commissioner McGriff?
Yes.
Sorry. In the staff's response, for 30 dwelling units to be developed, a total of 1,500 square feet of open space is required. A contiguous common area of approximately 1,000 square feet is provided in that corner of the site. It includes a picnic table, a pad, and benches and grass, which meets the minimum requirements.
Is that what that square
what
is
that
supposed to be,
square
a
is.
picnic table?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the way open space works for multifamily is it's a box you check and you meet
Right.
ABC.
But we don't count the stormwater retention
No, we
areas.
would not count that.
None of that is counted. Okay, so it's just this, that's all it is this little back corner here. And then I presume where the little where your parking space number 24 is, there's a little area there that might be I don't know what that might be something.
That's landscaped.
Yeah, okay. And is there any other area like that on here? Up there by the front? Okay. And then, okay, that's not in the stormwater thing. So I guess one of the questions I'm struggling with, and based on what Commissioner O'Donnell said, is that why would we want to have an easement as opposed to a right-of-way, even if it is narrower? It seems to me that having an easement might be problematic.
We generally do not support rights-of-way that are smaller than code. We do allow things called constrained streets, but this also would be smaller than a constrained street, and so it's not something we support to be publicly owned and maintained.
So a constrained street would be?
You're really testing my memory of its those numbers I don't use day to day. I'd have to look at the construction detail, and I don't know that off the top of my head.
I apologize, I probably should know it too. I mean, I have the arterial, collectors, and regular streets in my head. I know what those are, I know what the rights-of-way are, but I don't know about constrained streets other than what we talked about in that Park Place exception area that we talked about in the past. Okay. I don't have anything else for now. Any of you? Okay. All right. On with the show. We'd like to hear from the applicant. Todd, would you like to come up? And I guess we officially open the public hearing, so there we go.
Todd Iceland with Iceland Architects, and this is Ivy Watson with HHPR. She was our environmental consultant on the project. Give you a brief overview of the project. Christina's done an excellent job of that already, so I'll try to go quickly and not dwell on that. It's a 30-unit apartment project. We're trying to, create some needed housing in this area. We've got a combination of 1 and 2 bedroom units. We've gathered a team of consultants that we think are very well qualified to prepare an application that was very objective, met all the city's criteria. We had HHPR for our civil engineer and environmental consultants. We had Greenlight Traffic Engineering, Rick Nyes, who used to be the county traffic engineer, prepare the traffic study. I think we've done everything we could to make this a very attractive project that will be an asset to the city. Want to go to the next slide? Oh, thank you. The site currently is 2 tax lots with the existing building and an outbuilding on the front half on Warner Milne Road. The back half is vacant. The proposed layout, which we've discussed, aligning Kamm Street and providing a 40-foot right-of-way through the site would basically make the site unbuildable for any kind of multifamily project. And that's the reason we went back and forth with the city to figure out how to do it and came up with this 24-foot wide driveway through the property. We would actually prefer to not have it connected to Kamm Street and would prefer a gated or a bollard connection there that would be usable for emergency vehicles, but closed day to day. We don't want cut-through traffic coming through the neighborhood, and we don't want people from the neighborhood cutting through to Warner Milne Road either. We think it would create a hazard. We'd prefer to have a controlled access there if we could. We've got a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units. We're providing 36 parking spaces. 30 is the minimum that would be allowed. We're providing 25% landscaping, 20% is the minimum that's required. So we're meeting all the objective standards. We've really tried to keep the scale of these buildings so they're not overpowering the neighborhood. We do have very small one-level homes along Kamm Street. These are going to be 3 stories, but we've tried to keep the overall heights down and provide a lot of articulation and breaking up the facades using different materials to create a very friendly environment. And we do meet all the frontage area requirements. That's always a difficulty, and the MUC zone is where we have to have the building occupy a significant percentage. I believe it's 60% of the frontage. We barely meet that with the NROD area. Same type of articulation on the parking lot side elevations, lots of variation, more glazing than the code requires. We're trying to make these very light, livable units.
Are we talking market rate?
These will be market rate. Combination of 1 and 2 bedroom, we have 12 one-bedroom units, 18 two-bedroom units proposed. They're larger than you would see in the city of Portland or someplace where we're doing 400 and 500 square foot one-bedroom units. These are 700 square feet. We have 48 square feet of private outdoor area. We have outdoor storage area adjacent to that outdoor private area. We have washer and dryer hookups in all the units. 2-bedroom units are larger, 900 square feet. The end unit's 988. We have 62 feet of private outdoor area. So these are going to be general, I mean.
Could you show where the outdoor area is on this floor plan?
Just describe it to me, please.
Oh, you can't do it. Just describe it in G.
Portrait.
Oh, no?
Or could you just describe it and I'll point to it?
Is it where the hand is?
Okay. To the front of the stairs, the downhill side right there, that's the storage. Just to the right there, that's the storage. And to the right of that is outdoor patio area.
Okay.
And same thing on that unit there.
Got it.
We have the plans a little more developed, and they actually have room titles on them, things which would have been clearer, but I didn't want to submit anything that's not already in the record. Site plan, we have 12 individual stormwater planners that are treating the stormwater before it's collected and discharged onto the stormwater swale area out front on Warner Milne. The open drainage ditch that's there now, we are proposing to put in a culvert. It's a 4-foot culvert, which is more than significant according to the engineers. And then, since a majority of our focus this evening is really dedicated to the NROD, I would like Ivy to speak to that.
Hi, everybody. Let me know if you have trouble hearing me. I know my voice is kind of quiet.
Get closer.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
You can bring the mic a little closer.
The acoustics are really horrible in here,
We
especially
know.
sitting back here.
We totally know that. We know that.
Yeah.
We are so sorry.
So my name is Ivy Watson. I'm a senior natural resource scientist at HHPR. We did the site level wetlands and waters delineation and NROD review for this project. The purpose of our investigation was threefold, essentially. Some of it is more relevant than others to what we're doing here, but I kind of want you to understand all the different moving parts. So we were looking at wetlands and waters that were regulated by the Army Corps, wetlands and waters that were regulated by Oregon Department of State Lands, and then most relevant to this hearing, to protected water features that are identified in the Oregon City Municipal Code and provide the basis for the NROD regulation, which Christina already went over, the Title III wetlands, streams, rivers, springs, natural lakes. Now let me see if I can work this thing. Okay, things we didn't review. We only reviewed those things that were within the scope of the investigation and were either relevant to those federal and state regulations or were relevant to the approval criteria for the type 2 NROD verification, which means we did not review wildlife habitat on the site. We didn't review upland vegetation, except for to the extent that those things related to our findings for the presence and extent of water resources. This is just a summary of our professional qualifications to do this work. I'm a senior natural resource scientist at HHPR. I have more than 15 years of experience with natural resources, 6 years plus of experience with wetland delineation. I conducted this work with Kent Snyder, who is also a senior scientist. He has a PhD in soils. He's a certified professional soil scientist, and he has more than 30 years of experience. I bring this up because if you Google HHPR, you're probably going to see a lot of engineers. We have civil, we have stormwater, but Kent and I are professional natural resource scientists. This is what we do. We have, this isn't our first time doing it. We have lots of experience with this. I referenced the DSL record that we've submitted, 16 wetland and water delineations that have all been approved with no revisions and no rejections. So we have a solid record. The methods that we followed for this are all standard methods that are used throughout our profession. They're the methods that are required by all the approving agencies, including the City of Oregon City, the Army Corps 1987 manual, and the 2010 regional supplemental for wetlands. And for stream delineation, there's a few different things going on because stream delineation isn't quite as standardized, but we looked at all of these when we were doing our investigation, including Oregon City Municipal Code, NROD Chapter 17.49, and the definition that Christina showed earlier for streams, as well as the Army Corps of Engineers regulatory guidance on stream delineation and DSL's Oregon administrative rules guiding stream delineation and the flow duration assessment method. So all of those are in the wetland delineation report that's part of the record. They're all referenced in there. We also looked at morphological evidence, soil maps, and historical aerial imagery to determine if the drainage was man-made or carrying natural flow. Our findings, this is the figure that Christina showed earlier that shows the different reaches. We called that channel that you saw in the photographs that flows through the site drainage A, just to give it a name, and the upstream part we called the upstream reach, and the downstream part is the downstream reach. So first of all, we did a thorough wetland investigation and found that there are no wetlands occurring on the site, which is consistent with what's mapped in the local wetland inventory. There were no wetlands shown. We determined that the upstream reach is a man-made channel that does not meet the Oregon City definition of a stream and therefore should not be regulated as an NROD protected water feature. That's the upper about 370 feet of the channel. Then there's a small piece at the bottom, which is about 20 feet, and it's green on this figure, which we found is also a man-made channel, but it functions similarly to a stream due to large amounts of stormwater inputs that come in at that point. And it partially meets the Oregon City definition, and so in our report, we accepted that as designated NROD. It's probably something we could have chosen to contest, but it didn't seem appropriate given that it showed signs of stream function and has a 15-foot wide vegetated corridor associated with it in that corner, which I believe is not going to be disturbed by the project.
That's actually mostly within the area that we're required to dedicate for the right-of-way at Warner Milne.
Right.
Say that again.
Most of the delineated wetland area that Ivy's describing actually occurs within the city right-of-way after the dedication that we're required. We're required to dedicate property along Warner Milne.
Yeah. How much is that?
I believe it's a 15-foot dedication. I'm not 100% certain of that.
So what I think I heard you say was that we've got a 15-foot wide vegetative corridor that the city is proposing to wipe out by asking for a 15-foot dedication of Warner Milne. I mean, That's kind of how I'm seeing it.
Yes.
Okay.
So that feature extends, just for some context, it goes in a culvert under Warner Milne and it extends, continues as a sort of ditch stream system to the south, off-site. This work has been reviewed by a bunch of parties, which Christina also mentioned. The Army Corps issued approval. They concurred with us. DSL concurred with us. The city's independent consultant, DEA, concurred with us. The Army Corps also conducted an extensive review of historical aerial imagery and topographic maps. We didn't include the details of those findings in the record, unfortunately, but it is part of the Army Corps' public record, and they concluded, which is part of the record, that it is a man-made channel that didn't exist before it was excavated. So our conclusion was that per the method and definitions, the extent of the regulated NROD is determined by the extent of the protected water features as delineated at site level by qualified professionals, which is us in this case. We found that the protected water feature doesn't extend as far onto the site as was previously mapped in the local wetland inventory in 1999, and the boundaries of the NROD should be adjusted accordingly. And I have a couple more slides that go into more detail, but I see I only have 1 minute left, so maybe I should just hold at that conclusion.
If they are pertaining to this, I'd recommend that you show them, so.
Okay.
We'll give you a couple of extra minutes. We'll give them a couple of extra minutes.
So this is precip data. Christina brought up that there were several questions about precipitation, and you mentioned that what is normal precipitation. So in the wetland delineation world, we do have a definition of normal precipitation that's been developed by the USDA Natural Resource Conservation Service, and it's a required analysis for the wetland delineation portion. This data that is in this table is also included in the wetland delineation report and is required for all wetland delineation reports. So the Natural Resource Conservation Service develops these things that are called WETS tables to define a normal range for an area. And they look at least 20 years of data. In this case, I can't even read my own slide because it's too small, but I believe it was 1979 to 2000 were the years of precipitation that they reviewed to determine what the normal range would be for Oregon City. And they based it on the Oregon City weather station. And they analyzed the precipitation levels during all of those years, and they create a range. So they acknowledge that precipitation varies considerably year to year. They create a normal range of precipitation, which is the 30% probability less than to the 30% probability more than that's shown on this slide. So you've got those two lines for the 3 months prior to our delineation, which was done in April 2021. And the recorded precipitation is the column right after the 30% more for each of those months. So you can see in that that January was way above the normal range. So if it's higher than that column, this is 30% more, that means it's above normal range. The next one, February, was within the normal range, and the month March, which was right before our delineation, was a little bit below the normal range. So when you take all of those totals together for the 3 months, the total precipitation for those 3 months was within the normal range. Now, we use what's called a weighted probability method, which gives a little extra emphasis to the precipitation that fell most recently. So it puts extra emphasis on March in this case, which was the drier month. So I would say that our analysis that we used to determine that the climatic conditions were in the normal range when we did our delineation were a little bit conservative in the sense that it emphasized that drier month, but it's still, you can see those three numbers at the bottom on the right, it still falls within that normal range. So what that means from a wetland delineation and stream flow perspective is if we were going to have hydrology, wetland hydrology indicators, we would have seen them when we were there at the site, and we did a little extra work to excavate some extra auger holes and make sure that there wasn't a water table anywhere where we would have expected to see one if there was wetland. So that is how we determine normal range and how we determined that we were, in fact, within the normal range when we did our site investigation. The next two slides, if you would like me to show them, pertain to how we determined whether or not the stream channel complies or meets the Oregon City definition of stream.
Go ahead.
Go
We're
for
just
it.
going to add time onto theirs because this, to me, is pertinent to what the applicants and the appellants are talking about, and I think we need to know this information.
I have one quick question. Is your
Yeah.
observation period a 3-month period? Is that standard?
The precipitation analysis is, the 3 months prior. And in this case, because of the type of wetland it is, that's relevant because it's not like something like an aquifer that is going to fill up and year after year and retain water. It's just the water that's retained in the water table in the soil. So over the summer it dries out, and then over the winter it recharges with water. And so the 3 months prior are sort of like the relevant period to determine how much water you can expect to find in the soil profile.
Obviously, it doesn't take into account the last 3 months and the fact that April was the rainiest ever.
Yeah, well, if we're talking about this year,
Yeah.
so this was 2021,
Yeah.
totally different, like you were saying. This year,
Crazy.
we're at, maybe twice normal. So there you go. But,
Thank you.
so this, I have at the top of the slide that same definition of stream that Christina had up before. I put emphasis on different parts than she did, I think, but so that bold is my emphasis. So this is a photo of the upper reach, and we determined that it was a channel that was produced by excavation, so a man-made channel, and that it was not formed by the flow of surface water, which is part of the definition. So that first line that says stream means areas where surface water produces a defined channel or bed. So all those stream analysis methods that I talked about before really emphasize defined bed and banks, especially in Western Oregon. And what we found was that the bed and bank that you can see as when you see the channel was formed by excavation, and you can tell that by the shape of the channel, and also when we excavated into the soil profile, we saw that the soil profile showed evidence of previous excavation within the channel and subsequent fill, so it's been manipulated. It does not show evidence of being then modified and shaped by the stream flow like a natural stream course would be. So there's not adequate flow through that channel. So we know there is flow in the channel. We've seen the pictures. We saw evidence in the field that after a storm event, there's a lot of water moving through there, which is why the storm system is sized to accommodate a lot of water, but it doesn't stick around long enough to really affect the morphology of the channel and create that defined bed, channel, and bed that's referenced in the definition. So not morphologically, and then also in terms of the vegetation, normally with a stream, with a defined channel, you see one kind of vegetation in the upland on the banks and something different in the channel, or sometimes the channel is completely bare. In this case, it was just the same assemblage of grass and weeds that went on the banks and then down through the channel and had not been altered by the flow, because again, the flow doesn't occur for long enough periods to change that. The channel, when we were there, it didn't have surface flow, and again, we excavated to a depth of about 24 inches and didn't find any evidence of subsurface flow, meaning that when the channel, when the water comes through after a storm event and then the water is gone and it moves downstream and it's not there and it's not subsurface, it's just, it drains away. I think that's all. So Christina abbreviated aquatic macroinvertebrates to just macroinvertebrates. Technically, there were macroinvertebrates like ants, for example, in the channel, but there weren't aquatic macroinvertebrates in this part of the channel like you would find in a system that has water frequently enough to support an aquatic community. That doesn't mean it has to have water year-round, but even an intermittent stream that has water seasonally would have evidence of macroinvertebrates, especially during this time of year when you would expect there to have at least recently been water in the channel. And which brings me to the next slide, which this is the downstream reach down by Warner Milne, which we identified as a little bit different because for one thing, we found shells of aquatic snails. They weren't alive anymore. They'd been in there when there was water and left their shells when the water dried up, but it was evidence that that does have water for long enough to support an aquatic macroinvertebrate community. You can also see in this photo, if you compare it to the previous one, that there is a change in vegetation. In this case, that the bed of the, we'll call this one a stream, is bare. And you can see the banks are kind of somewhat covered by riprap, but you can see on the banks that there's a distinct break that has been cleared of vegetation. That's from the water flowing through and really scouring those banks, removing all the vegetation. And there's a lot of stormwater inputs that come into the channel at this point from the parking lot, from roof drains. There's water that comes in, I believe, in this culvert from the roadway, it looked like to me. I don't have that for sure, but I think I could see a pipe that discharges into that culvert and probably causes a backwater. So this part of the stream and everything downstream from here just gets a lot more water, and that's why it's so different. Again, I think it's a man-made channel. I don't think it existed previously. I didn't find any evidence that it existed prior to the ditching effort that occurred, decades ago, but it is functioning like a stream at this point, so I didn't see any reason to contest it being part of the NROD. All right, that's my last technical slide. Thank you for sitting through that with me.
Thank you.
And I have a real quick evidence question, because there's a lot of weather data being proposed. Is the weather data that's in your presentation in the record in your storm report?
That is in, it's not in the storm, it's in the wetland delineation report in the precipitation analysis section.
Thank you.
By the same token, there's a letter on.
Yep.
By the same token, there's a letter on file by Mr. Brummel that speaks about his firsthand observations of water in the drainage system.
I saw as well, yep.
So not to forget that observation either. This is more an engineering question, I think, than to be directed at you. So in fairness, we can give it to someone else. How is the proposed drainage system on site going to prevent a backup of water from the existing culvert that exists on Kamm Street? Do they work in tandem?
They do. The new culvert that is proposed through the site is actually sized to carry, my understanding is, at least 200% of the flow of the current stream.
Okay, so it would gather water that this gentleman refers to in the culvert in the rainiest of seasons and transport it away so that they would not suffer a backup or property damage.
No.
Okay, thanks.
Now, there would be appropriate infalls and outfills for that, designed within accepted engineering practices.
My question is going to be for Mr. Wheeler, but I'll save it for when we get, and it has to do with the dedication and the wetland and how that could possibly be incorporated into the storm system. So save that. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
ENA, who do you have an order that you want people to go in? I've got Troy, I've got Carla, and I've got Brian. So in light of the fact that we needed to see that additional information, so you will get an additional 9 minutes onto your time, just so that it's fair.
I may or may not need it.
Pardon?
I may or may not need it.
Well, you may or may not, but I'm just saying that.
Thank you.
Just want to be fair, because we're the ones that asked them to continue beyond their 15 minutes, and so it was 9 minutes over, so.
Can you guys hear me?
Just get closer.
Yeah. That's fine. I mean, I speak pretty loudly, so I don't know if you'll need me to speak into the microphone.
Yeah,
Is that fine?
Name and city of residence for the record, so.
I'm just pretty much going to read what I wrote down to keep on track because anyway, I'll keep on track. I don't like to see a squirrel and then chase after it. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Troy Brummel. I live here in Oregon City. I'm here as one of the representatives of the Ealieville Neighborhood Association. There are many concerns from neighbors, myself included, that reside in this area that have been shared with this commission as outlined in the appeal that I drafted for your review. As it stands, the conditions imposed by the city have not fully been addressed with concerns within our neighborhood. We ask these commissioners to reevaluate these concerns from citizens who live in the ENA and the area specifically surrounding the proposed project site, which would include our neighbors living on Kamm, Warner, Bullard, Hughes, Prospect, and May Streets, who will be the most impacted by this development. The conditions imposed by the city simply do not go far enough to protect our neighborhood from the impact a project of this size will have in a residential area. It is the responsibility of our city and its elected officials to consider community safety a top priority and believe the issues raised by this community should be addressed with that understanding. For the sake of time, I will only be addressing those issues of greatest concern that pertain to community safety, but I hope you will take the time to fully address all the concerns outlined in the appeal from the ENA. Number one concern that came from most of our neighbors, and it was in the commenting period that most of you have seen, was this extension of Kamm Street connecting it to Warner Milne, and it has not been addressed. The city is trying to convince residents this is not a through street, but a public vehicular access easement. Make no mistake, this is indeed a continuing connection of Kamm Street to Warner Milne, regardless of what creative verbiage has been used in an attempt by the developer. ENA believes that by changing the language and not calling this a street, the developer is trying to avoid what is required by the city municipal code for new street designs. But more importantly, ENA believes this creates a significant safety hazard for the residents in the area and should not even be considered by the city unless the developer is required to make street improvements to Kamm Street. As a longtime resident on Kamm, I have observed for years the amount of foot traffic that utilizes our street. This ranges from children who ride bicycles, to people walking dogs, to the neighbors that walk over to the bus stop. Kamm does have a significant usage from the surrounding neighborhood, and a through street would have a serious negative impact to the safety of those utilizing Kamm as they have to walk in the street right of way. Our children use this street as well as other neighborhood streets in the area to walk back and forth to Gardner Middle School or to the school bus stop on Prospect Street. In addition, the city recently approved 60 units to be built on Holmes Lane just to the north of this development. This will exponentially increase traffic in the area, jeopardize safety in the community, and potentially allow for a child to be struck by a motorist. The Oregon City Municipal Code 16-12-035 says, all lots proposed with a driveway and lot orientation on a collector or minor arterial shall combine driveways into one joint access per two or more lots unless city engineer determines that no driveway access will be allowed since the driveway would cause a significant traffic safety hazard. As a neighborhood, we believe that the above argument pointed out to the city would indeed cause a significant traffic safety hazard and should not even be considered. No logical reason even exists to increase the traffic and endanger residents on Kamm, Warner, or other neighborhood streets when a safe option exists on the arterial road of Warner Milne. As an added solution, we suggest that a fence be erected to separate this commercial site from the residential street of Kamm. This makes logical sense and would seem to solve many issues, including a parking deficit that has also been raised by this community. Which brings me to the next point. The plans do not provide adequate parking for residents once the project is complete. This developer is proposing 30 units and providing 36 parking spaces, of which 2 are for ADA. Although we understand this meets the minimum required by the city code, it simply is not realistic. The national average of owned vehicles per household is considered to be 1.88 vehicles per home. Based on that number, the builder should provide no less than 56 parking spaces. But even if you were to give the benefit of doubt and assume each household living in this development had one vehicle, it would stand to reason that they would at some point have a guest come to visit. The developer has suggested that it is, and I quote, "It is also anticipated that some of the occupants of this apartment complex will not have private vehicles." However, this is not realistic in today's world, and the national average would seem to support that conclusion. The city code gives this commission the authority to require more adequate parking if it can be determined it is in the best interest of public safety. ENA believes we have shown this to the city and that the burden of parking should be put on the developer and not on the surrounding neighborhood. Oregon City Code compliance officers will not be available to enforce illegally parked vehicles after hours in the evening when people will need parking the most. And lastly, I know Christina brought it up a little bit, but I wanted to make mention that the setbacks do not meet the city standards. The property owned directly to the north of this project building site is St. John the Apostle Cemetery, and it is zoned R6. Page 60 of the report put out by the city states that the north side of the building has a setback of only 3 feet. The plan designs need to meet this proper spacing when adjoining a residential area, and you'll see in Oregon City Municipal Code 1712-040, it says if a multifamily residential development abuts a parcel zoned R10, 8, or 6, there shall be a landscape yard of 10 feet on the side abutting the adjacent zone in order to provide a buffer area. City staff have not addressed this issue. Page 14 of their recommendations to you, they quoted Oregon City Municipal Code 1727-050. That does not even appear online at the City Municipal Code, so I could not even look up what that code is. But it doesn't seem to even be relevant to 1712-040, that it is clear that a 10-foot buffer zone is required as this building abuts St. John's Cemetery. Now, to be clear, I looked up the definition of the word abut. Webster's defines it to be next to or have a common boundary with. So it's safe to say that this building will abut the St. John's Cemetery, and this 10-foot buffer zone should be required per the city code. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Carla Laws, who's our neighborhood association chair, and she's going to address some other issues as it pertains to the NROD.
Carla Laws, ENA Chair of Oregon City. Pertain to 17.04, 17.47, and 13.08 of erosion sediment control, as well as groundwater infiltration has not been completely addressed. The stormwater report biased conclusion of familiarity with projects in the area, and the soil survey without knowing the projects in the area, including the above-ground stream. In addition, there is nothing that references how close the proposed site is to the projects, may have been actually, and does not validate the conclusions. Referring to the soil survey without actual documentation of the survey used, also not validate their conclusions. Documents reference attached give no insight to how the conclusion was reached. In fact, the seasonal above-ground stream presents a proposed site that would lead to the conclusion that the groundwater is still considerably close to the surface stated, and that the findings from the developer, since no actual testing has been done across the site to validate any relative conclusions, it's safe to say that the report submitted is at best incomplete. The soil surrounding the development seems to be most likely clay. When 2 to 3 feet topsoil is removed during the building phase, where does the sediment go? The area historically has a high-level water table and drainage system, barely can handle current runoff. To whether the city has required accurate measurements accounting for the seasonal rainfall and runoff will not be properly filtered naturally. We know that when water runs through pipes rather than touching the ground. And we know that with other examples in our city. We respectfully request through the study of the soil that is being performed that would like to include a study over the entirety of the property with no limit to certain areas. Like where the trees were removed, it's still soggy around there. Also, just overall, that fact that it's just, there was no soil poke on the geological study. There was no like samples. And usually, typically, I've ran in front of, is that a transportation safety report, usually you do the geological survey first. As we've said before, it's always been a problem, and the soil was not poked, which is, we presume is clay. Now I'm going to go on to pertaining to 17.41 and 12.08. This development does not meet standards for tree replacement. According to public records, the site at 1155 Kamm Street was sold in September of 2018 and 279 Warner Milne Road in October of 2018. Around November of 2018, there was approximately 12 to 15 mature trees removed from this project site, measuring then greater than 31 inches in diameter. Google Maps clearly shows between June of 2018 and May of 2019, a clear cutting occurred of the development property. Found that the city's website or Google Maps, both websites show that the property has significant tree canopy and vegetation prior to 2018. Interesting to note that all the technology today that the developer and stormwater report submitted has grainy aerial photos from the 1950s. ENA believes that this is done intentionally to mislead the number of trees removed. As such, ENA is upset that the developer did not follow city procedure to determine the environmental impact that clear cutting as such would have a wildlife and endangered species that may have reside on these mature trees. While we recognize under provision 19 that the condition of the developer will not be required to apply to type 1 tree removal application, this simply does not go far enough to discourage all kind of illegal activity in our city, allowing anyone to submit an application because they were caught is impermissible. A white oak or endangered animal could have resided in this canopy. Neighbors have mentioned eagles, hawks. Moreover, that the city conditions outline the provision 19 stating that the size of the tree cannot be verified. The applicant shall not in 19 to 24 inch healthy tree default the category. Myself and residents of Kamm Street will attest that these trees were not much larger than 24 inches diameter, but these trees were much larger. And therefore the guidelines on provision 19 should be deemed unsatisfactory considering to the circumstances. Just because the trees were removed prior to submitting the plans does not negate the responsibility of the developer to follow Oregon City Municipal Code and replace trees without appropriate number. It should also be mentioned that taking into consideration the fact that the developer did not follow city procedure in getting a permit, the city should take into consideration that determining the recourse of an unlawful act. Furthermore, Metro Code Title 3, Section 3.07.340, letter B, number 2, Section B and D state, water quality resource area shall be protected, maintained, enhanced, and restored as a specific section 3.07340B2. And D, native vegetation should be maintained, enhanced, and restored if disturbed. In the water quality resource area, invasive, non-invasive vegetation may be removed without water quality resource area. Using native vegetation shall be encouraged, enhanced to restore water quality resource area. The question that may be asked, the oversight of part of the owner, that was the intention clearly allowing future development. Regardless, the answer is ENA believes that the tree canopy is a habitat and should be restored for the sake of the environment and community. The Metro Code should seem to support that since approximately 42% of combined 2 properties falls within the Natural Resource Overlay District, NROD of Oregon City. Now, this is the biggest point for us. Pertaining to 17.49, there shall be approximately 42% of combined 2 properties that falls within NROD. The Department of State Lands, PSW coordinator for Clackamas County was consulted, and she sorry, my mouth is so dry. She confirmed that this email dated March 29th, 2022, that NROD does not fall under city purview. OCMC 17.49.030 numbers 3 and 4 states, that NROD boundaries shall be shown at all development permit application, and 4, the official NROD map can only be amended by the city commission. Therefore, the documents provide the developer do not take NROD into consideration on the design. The wetlands here feed Newell Creek Canyon, and this property has potential significance of flood protection, aquifer recharge, and wildlife habitat. Currently, the accessible version of the city's NROD map shows that much of Kamm Street and that the properties for the development within NROD boundary Exhibit 1 is home of many species of animals, including the types found in wetland environment: frog, ducks, geese, species of birds, squirrels, occasional rodent, frogs, utilizing the water source to provide nature. Wetland and water report from Harper, Hof, Peterson, excuse me if I'm wrong on this, Reglis, Inc., is short-sighted that all the site visits, testing photographs, and aerial photos dated April 2021. The scope of the report did not take into consideration the decrease in precipitation in the last few years. We've been in a drought. We all know this who are native Oregonians. We've been in a 14-year drought. Normal Oregon weather is like this year. The drought along the removal of the tree canopy possibly could explain the report, was unable to document fauna. Driest summers, hottest temperatures ever recorded recently. Based on the information above, ENA believes the major oversight on the scope of the report did not take into consideration the decrease in precipitation over the last few years, and believes that the report is misleading to and at best inclusive. OCMC, which is Oregon City Municipal Code 17.49070, lists prohibit uses of NROD in an area, but I want to point out, subsection B states, new lots that would have buildable areas for new development within NROD are prohibited. Reports fail to introduce evidence that facts are clear cutting trees and vegetation, which had happened vegetation as well between 2018 and 2019, according to the neighbors, occurred around November of 2018 is what's said. To address in item 7 above will not readdress here, but it's important to note that type 1 NROD verifications address Oregon City Municipal Code 17.49.255 section B, an applicant requesting type 1 verification determination by the community development director. Such requests may approve provided that there is evidence sustaining that all requirements of this chapter relative to proposed use are satisfied and demonstrates the property also satisfies the following criteria as applicable. 1, no soil, vegetation, hydraulic features have been disturbed, and 2, no hydraulic features have been changed. ENA believes the facts should be provided that states include old mature trees were the home of many creatures, including raccoons, possums, an occasional hawk. Has these facts been provided, our delinquent report believe that the state would not allow the removal of wetlands on this property. Oregon City Municipal Code was violated and clear-cutting occurring changes the scope of this area, thus invalidating this application of NROD removal. This property should not be required to follow, should be required to follow Oregon City Municipal Code 17.49265 for corrections and violations which ENA believes would follow Oregon City Municipal Code 17.49080 subsection L that states the replacement of trees shall be located in the area general vicinity of removed trees somewhere within NROD and on this property. The replacement of the trees shall be identified on Oregon City native plant lists, and other locally adopted plant lists, example, Metro or Portland, this property owners shall ensure that the replacement of the trees survive at least 2 years beyond the date it's planted. Illegally removing these mature trees and vegetation in NROD are the developers destroyed natural habitat and pushed for a revise of an NROD buffer, meaning in simple terms that the land was altered before this application, way before. That native vegetation has been removed, native, trees have been removed, a white oak, firs, meaning that the land has been altered and now they're applying to have NROD removed. And it should happen. And Troy, do you have anything to add?
I do have something to add. To simplify what Carla's trying to say is the developer changed the scope of the land. City Municipal Code is very clear on this. You cannot change the scope of an NROD district before applying for a type 1 verification. That's clear in Municipal Code. That is what happened. I'm not disputing what Ms. Watson said up here as far as her NROD information, but that information came in 2021. This was a full 3 years after the NROD was removed. And so that needs to be taken into consideration when you guys make your decision on the NROD. Mm-hmm. Are we going to allow developers to come in, strip our lands, change the lands, and then ask for forgiveness afterwards? And I wanted to bring up, just real quick on record for the 2 minutes we have left, this is Inslee's rebuttal to our appeal. And he says here in this that these trees that were removed in 1819 were taken out to better surveillance of the property and eliminate the concealment of a growing camp of unhoused persons. Now, I'm a simple man from East Texas. So in plain old East Texas language, that's just crap, okay? Because I live down on Kamm Street, and I promise you, if that was going on, there would be something on record. And unless he has evidence, I will let this commission use their own good judgment on that issue. But I can assure you there was no unhoused encampment down there. And as a matter of fact, because we are very good in our neighborhood to see things that are out of the ordinary, you will see on record there was a police call that was made by myself last summer in August.
I think you might be getting...
No, I have a minute and a half left. I'm watching you.
No, it's not part of the original record.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just going to make mention that there was a, in rebut to this.
Okay, so Christina, did they talk about the reason that they took the trees out in the record?
It's right here. Stop the time, please.
According to him, he stated
that
they stated.
Okay.
This is on record with you guys.
Okay,
This is right. I read right from his piece of paper.
Yeah, it's in the applicant's.
Okay, perfect. Go on.
Okay, and as I was saying is that their reasoning was unhoused people that were in there. And as I was saying, as a neighborhood, we're good about seeing that things that are out of the ordinary. Last summer, I made a phone call to the police department, non-emergency number, because in the building that is on that property building now, I thought there was someone that was squatting in that facility, and I just did a non-emergency. They did an investigation. It turns out, as I understand from the police department, that it turned out to be his own son that was going there. I didn't know this, but it looked like something out of the ordinary to me. Mm-hmm. So I assure you, if there was something like this, it would be on record, and I don't see anything on record, and therefore that should be taken into consideration. Thank you, guys.
One other thing I want to say before I leave is, as the chair of the neighborhood association, NROD is being, removed left and right around our city. What kind of stance in the future, as commission, as a neighborhood association, do we want to take on not preserving NROD, not doing the right thing for our community? These type of decisions right now take a stance for the future. So I beg you to please make the right decision. Thank you very much.
Much. All right, let's call up Brian and Gary.
Other other appellant, Mr. Wakefield.
Yeah, Mr. Wakefield.
Pardon?
The AP 22002 is a second appeal, and they have a chance to, as appellants,
You're
to
going to have to
comment.
speak into the microphone.
So there are two appeals.
Yes, I understand there are 2 appeals.
So the second appellant, Mr. Wakefield, should have his,
Okay, where is Mr. Wakefield? Okay, because I don't have a slip for you. That's why I didn't call you.
They told me, I talked to Jacob earlier on, and I was supposed to be on there.
That's okay, you can fill one out later, sorry.
Okay. I'll just get right to it, because I'm not going to take that
Just
whole...
name for the record.
Okay, I know that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take the whole 24 minutes. My name is Dave Wakefield. I live in Milne, but we own 1147 Kamm Street. So that abuts next to the property that is being proposed to be developed. We've owned it for almost 15 years. And Troy Brummel, who was just up here, he is the tenant that has been there for a long time. So we know a lot of the history that's been here for quite a while with that street. Before I get into it, first I want to thank you commissioners, because I recognize how much you get paid, you know, and you're here listening to these. I know I'm joking as I say that, but I know that you're listening, and you're listening to what the city has to say, and you're listening to what the neighborhood association has to say, landowners like myself. And I know and appreciate the effort. A couple things here. I know that they had mentioned that there was a 120-day approval for this to be decided. As I'm sitting here listening tonight, as a property owner, and you're trying to make a decision with this, I feel like this is a cram session. And no offense to you guys, okay? They've had adequate time, and I'm going to drop it on the city. And I'm sorry, I'm going to throw you guys under the bus, because I think at this point, somehow this should have been on the docket already, so you guys could take this information, you could take the appeals by the people that are here, go home, process, and then come back in a week and make a decision. I feel like you have to take this information, and this is what it's going to be tonight. Whatever that's worth. I just think we're missing something. I don't know if you guys have the power to say we want to stay for a week to think about it. I don't know if you guys can do that or not, but I'm just throwing that out there because I'm sitting out here listening to this, and I know that you're taking in all this information from both sides, and you're hearing it from everybody that's in this room. So I guess I'm asking you to at least consider doing something if it's possible within your power. Another thing here, I'm looking at the appeal that I already put in. I paid my $250 so I could be here, because I think it's that important, because I don't want to see the neighborhood turn in the wrong direction. I had already submitted something before. They put in here, this is a response by the city, the width of Kamm Street is also narrower than a typical road and acts as a choker. I just want you guys to understand this. The condition of Kamm Street is a dead end, approximately 20 to 22 feet wide. So as we're talking about making a connection with a road, I don't want to call it anything but a road, because it's a road. Yeah, you can call it a private road, you can call it a public road, you can call it an easement, you can call it whatever you want. It's a connection with cars going through. You're going from a wider road that goes into a choker road that goes into a narrow road that affects that community greatly. Being the property owner that is right there on that corner, that's adjacent to that property, it is impossible to be able to pull in front of that duplex and then pull back out if that street is connected. I'm telling you right now, it will be a safety issue. Somebody will get hurt. Because if you go out to that property, you go down Kamm Street, go down the very end of the street, that last house there, you'll see that front of that Kamm Street, that has been used for a parking for ages. We've had it for 15 years, and it's been used for a parking space in front the whole time. And if you somehow connect those two roads, I don't know. I don't know how you pull this one off.
Are you talking about where the existing fence is at the dead end?
I'm talking about Kamm Street at the end on the north end, where it will butt up, where it will go into the new property, to the new development.
Where I did the U-turn.
Correct. So what I guess I'm trying to bring to your attention is that it's a safety issue all the way around. That you're trying to squeeze something into something it is not, by making an exception with the city ordinances, codes, or whatever they're doing to make this happen. So that being said, I just want to get into a couple things that I have here. Number one, safety. The local community has several safety concerns regarding the development of the adjacent property, especially in reference to the proposal of a through street. The city has suggested that a gate or bollards be used to prevent this continuation of Kamm Street through to Warner Milne. However, this suggestion does not suffice, as there's no guarantee that this gate will not be opened upon completion of the project and left open. There's nowhere in that nonsense that they've given back to myself that it shows that that gate will be permanently closed except for emergency vehicle access. And if you read in here, that was the reason that they wanted that through street is to make emergency vehicle access available. But if they're going to do that, then I would request that it be a closed period, in a discussion, except for the emergency vehicle, if they need access. In my 15 years on Kamm Street, I'm only aware of one time that an emergency vehicle has gone down Kamm Street. And I actually called to see if I could get the records, and I couldn't get the records from the city. So that's all I'm aware of. And I could ask my tenant, who's been there for over a decade, same thing. You just don't get emergency vehicles down there. Yet I understand the importance of it. And I guess that's where I'd be challenging. If you need egress, ingress, then it should be on the builder's shoulders for developing that property to figure out how to get his egress, ingress for an emergency vehicle and not put it back on the neighborhood association to make it difficult for them. It should be on him because he's the one that's making that building project. And maybe it's not a 30-unit complex, heaven forbid. Maybe it's 20. And I'm for the growth. I would love to see that land developed, but I'd also like you to see, take into consideration all these other things that everybody else here and myself are giving you guys to think about tonight. To ensure continued safety with the area, no connection to Kamm Street should be allowed and or a fence should be erected to separate the commercial site from the adjacent residential neighborhood. By requiring a fence separation from Kamm Street, the city will also discourage illegal parking on Kamm Street. A parking deficit exists from lack of parking available on the developed site already, which was already addressed earlier. The city should require a turnaround on the proposed property and put the burden back on the builder rather than the neighbors in the surrounding area. And that's my opinion. I think his egress, ingress should be on his property, and he should have to figure that one out, because when you open up that through street from Warner Milne through that property into Kamm Street, I think you open up a big can of worms, especially for public vehicles to get through. And I think that it somehow should go back to the builder to be able to figure this one out. NROD, when all the number 2 here, you guys should have this because I gave it to him earlier. I just want to make sure because I want you to take a look at a picture here in a second. NROD, when all the mature trees and vegetation were clear cut and the layout of the land was changed, it changed the status of my property as well as others. In failing to do his due diligence, it's obvious that the owner violated city code, and that was already addressed. He clear cut it back in whatever year it was, and then fast forward, and the city made an exception and said, hey, we'll just have you plant a couple more trees. No, he changed it. He broke the rules. He knew he broke the rules. I don't care what anybody says. You know full well if you're going in and clearing off a piece of property, you know that you have to get the city to A-OK it first. The builder circumvented OCMC to bypass the NROD issue on the property site. The builder should be held responsible for the restoration of the NROD project, protected area and be required to follow municipal code for the clear violation. Number 3, and this, I just put devaluation. The devaluation of adjacent properties was not adequately addressed in this appeal, and I put this in my first appeal. If the city is allowing the developer to put in apartment complexes, they must consider how it affects and impacts the neighborhood as a whole. The city should be held responsible for the devaluation of adjacent properties. And I would ask each one of you commissioners, if it were your property, would you also object? Because you recognize what's going on, you recognize how the street's going to change it, how all these new things coming in are going to affect your property, especially one like mine that butts right up against the developed property. And again, please don't misread, I'm for development, but I'm also for development in the right approach and doing it the right way. OCMC states clearly the purpose of plan and purpose of the site plan and design review are to protect lives and property from potential adverse impacts of development. This project has an adverse effect on my property as well as the other neighborhood properties. This city is failing to provide its express duty to me in the neighborhood. And again, I'm just asking you to take this in deliberation when you guys think about this. No rise permit. Because of changes made on the project site, if the water rises to where the ditch drainage could no longer contain the water, it would overflow onto my property. Take a look at that picture that I gave you here, and this was given in this original. And if you look carefully at that picture, it's obvious that's a stream. There's no way around that. That picture was taken in January, and it wasn't after a heavy rain. It's just the course of when the water comes down. And I know when you go on that property and you've already cleared it, and then you add buildings and you add more pavement, that stream is not going to be that size. I don't care what any engineer says. And maybe you can put in a culvert that's bigger and go further up Kamm to figure out how to address the issue. I don't know, but that would go back to the engineers to figure that piece out. And let's see here, and I put in there a couple questions to at least entertain. Why is the city not requiring a no-rise permit? Does the city wish to take on the risk of legal action if flooding were to occur? And then my final thing that I have here, I want to know what my next options are. And I'm asking the commission, because if the decision rendered by the city commissioners does not seem adequate or fair to the neighborhood and owners of adjacent properties, what are the next steps for an additional appeal to either LUBA, or what my next steps would be beyond the school, beyond this commission itself? So I guess I'm asking you guys that point right now, because I would like to know before I leave tonight that when you guys go back and do your deliberation, you come back and you say, this is what we decided we're going to do. If it does not seem adequate and right and fair to all parties involved behind me, I would like to know what my next step, what I can do. So I'm asking somebody here that can direct me.
Sure, if you
want
want
to
me
stop
to,
the clock, since this is not this is answering a question? Go ahead.
party legal advice, but certainly.
Well, no, you can tell them.
Then we make a decision, it would be.
You're not giving legal advice.
Excuse me. To the extent we make a decision on this, it would be appealable to the Land Use Board of Appeals.
That's where it goes.
Okay, so it would be LUBA next?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I needed to know, because what is,
start the clock.
Can I ask what the time frame is on LUBA, if that were to transpire? Because right now I'm looking at Friday is your D-Day in theory to give an answer. And I need to know how to respond going forward if you come with Friday as D-Day. If you deliberate and you come back and say, we've made a decision as a commission that we're going to extend this for another 120 days because not enough adequate time has been present to be able to look at information from all parties and to gather it to try to figure this out, then I don't need to worry as much as I need to worry if you come back and give me an answer on Friday. I hope that makes sense.
I know it by heart, but please go ahead and say.
21 days from the date of the decision is when a notice of intent to appeal, which is a relatively short, hey, we're appealing, would be due at LUBA.
Okay.
I believe there's a $400 charge for filing an appeal.
Yeah, I've already paid my $250 here, so $400 is not going to be whatever. So, okay.
That helpful?
Yeah, that is helpful.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Okay.
The only other thing that I would add to it, because I know I'm done here, I have plenty of time, but I don't need it. The biggest concern that I have would be safety. And that was never truly addressed in all of this. Because when you tie Warner Milne through to Kamm Street, I have watched over the years how little kids are playing out in the street. I was just over there last night and today, and I watched last night little kids, 3 or 4 of them, playing right alongside the road in front of these duplexes. You change that and you make that a through street, that changes everything, especially for those duplexes that do not have front row, I don't know what you call it, front road frontage. Because if you go down Kamm Street, and I think you said you were at Kamm Street, and I think you said you were at Kamm Street. I don't remember if you've been to Kamm Street. Have you been to?
Yes, he
has. My uncle used to live on Kamm Street.
If you go down Kamm Street, you'll know what I'm talking about. Those properties are right on the road, the front. And I've seen it over and over. The kids are just playing out there. And it's just an accident waiting to happen. And I'm sorry, it's not addressed in this. And you can hide behind your policies and say, well, it's not a policy, it doesn't matter. Well, I'm going to disagree, because at the end of the day, I think those kids are important. And it may not be in a policy that you have here or a code that you have here in the Oregon City ordinances, but it is an issue that should be addressed, because it is now on record that has been brought up to your attention that there are issues there that are big issues that need to be addressed before this thing is really, truly finalized. And so, all I can say is it's on record now, so if anything ever happens.
Heard the applicants say that they do not want Kamm Street to go through their property.
I did hear that,
yes.
but I'm also bringing it up because I'm making sure that you understand from a homeowner that is sitting right there on that corner that has been there a long time. And I do appreciate what the applicant said, because I'm not opposed to the development. I'm opposed to the size of what they're trying to accomplish in the limited parameters of what they have. They're trying to make something bigger and grander than what should be there, period. And that's the bottom line, because it's not their 30-unit complex does not hold for that piece of property, not the way they're currently drawing it up. So that's it.
All right, Gary?
Yeah, I want to thank, my name is Gary Avery. I work for St. John Apostle Cemetery. That's my first home. I spend anywhere from 10 to 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. Well, not on Sundays, but I'm there every day of the week. And I want to thank the Neighborhood Association for all the hard work they done to prepare for this. They put hundreds of hours into this. But what I am going to try to say is we are asking for a 10-foot buffer on the north side of their building instead of a 3-foot. That would be right next to the cemetery. Second thing is we own the property that we gave the city the easement right for the drainage or ditch or whatever you want to call it. And it takes about half the length of the cemetery or on the north side and along Kamm Street. I have seen flooding of the houses in that neighborhood in the past, more than once, and I would say 3 to 5 times. And the neighbors were not happy. I mean, it actually got into their house. And they all are concerned right now it's going to happen again. And another thing we're concerned about is, which Dave just said, is the safety of the kids. Because we have kids coming by that we knew for 10, 20 years ago. And that neighborhood became a kid neighborhood again. And we got a lot of small kids, and that's the only place they got to play. They don't have a park. They have nowhere else to play but on that street. And the parents know each other. They look out for the kids. But kids get crazy, and they run and play, and we prefer not to have a through street there. Second, another thing is Troy is right. There was never homeless people living on the end of that street in a Kamm Street. Never. I'm there every day of the year, and we have never seen homeless people. Troy looks out for the neighborhood. The other people look out for the neighborhood. I look out for the neighborhood. So if anyone tell you there was homeless people, I hate to call them a liar, but they're lying. That's basically all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
I have a question.
Gary, can you come, is it of Gary?
No, it's
Okay, because I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Gary, I have a question for you.
Oh, sorry.
So what is the reason that St. John the Apostle Cemetery would like a 10-foot buffer? I've been to the cemetery, so I believe it is fenced on that side.
Yeah, it's fenced on that side, but you're talking 3 stories high. My board members and the families we deal with, we've talked about with them. How would you like to visit a grave and have somebody 3 feet from your grave? I mean, they want some privacy. And we just figure, and the law is 3 feet. 10 feet, excuse me, I apologize, 10 feet. And that's what we would like to have.
Privacy fence help?
You're
Not chain
talking
link.
3 stories.
Well, I understand, but at least on the ground level.
Well, okay. All due respect, it's supposed to be 10 feet. We start bending rules for everyone. That's the trouble. Don't take me wrong. I know you guys are volunteers, but the city is bending rules too many times. Every time you turn around, we talk to people, the city bent a rule for a construction person. It's not fair to the resident of that neighborhood. I'm just being honest about it. People aren't happy with the rules bending that the city is allowing right now. And the contractors are getting away with murder. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I miss it? Let's see, Brian. I want to make sure I don't miss you.
I'm Brian Paulson. I'm an Oregon City resident. I know our time is limited, so I'll attempt to be brief. My family has owned a pair of duplexes on Kamm Street since 2009. I've been a resident there for the last 10 years. The appeal of Kamm Street for us was seclusion. A dead-end road meant low traffic volumes that was appealing to renters. When I moved in, I felt secure in knowing that my daughter Bailey would be safe playing in the neighborhood, and as she got older, walking alone to the bus stop in the dark, often foggy hours of the morning. Bailey's in high school now. She still rides the bus. Her little brother Elias is scheduled to start at Gaffney Lane this autumn. I bring this up because the proposed development seeks to add a significant amount of traffic to our area. By current estimates, more than 100 trips per day with the occupancy of the proposed apartments alone. This doesn't even factor the additional number of vehicles that will see Kamm Street as a bypass for congestion on Molalla Avenue. The city's traffic expert contends that the bypass traffic will be discouraged by the proposed chicane designed into the public access easement. But I recently began door dashing as side work, and what I've learned is that navigation apps and GPS only see a through road, and will send you through open neighborhoods if it shaves a minute or two off of a delivery call. In a world where navigation decisions are made solely by drivers' instincts, I might agree with the traffic expert. But more and more, these decisions are made by software that does not see topography, road width, or speed bumps as deterrents. How many people on this decision-making body use GPS navigation when they're unfamiliar with the area or to find a fastest route around a traffic jam? Anyone that can answer yes illustrates my point. The concern comes then when the extra traffic is paired with neighbors who must use the street on foot or bicycle. On Kamm Street and most of the surrounding streets, there are no sidewalks, no barriers that separate automobile traffic from dog walkers, joggers, or my kids walking to the bus stop. Planning says a project of this size is not proportionate to forcing improvements on the length of the existing street. That may be true, but I contend that a development that will constitute almost half the length of the street and more than half the households warrants improving half the street. In this case, the half that sits along the drainage stream. If the city is going to allow the waterway to be modified under Kamm Street apartments, then it follows there should be no reason to not investigate burying the remainder under a new sidewalk connecting to the pedestrian easement through the new development. Barring installing a sidewalk, the safety of the existing community members dictates that Kamm Street cannot be opened and the dead end must be maintained. The use of an emergency gate has already been approved by Clackamas Fire. If the city's primary concern is the movement of emergency vehicles, then the minimum standards should be applied. Anything more will significantly increase the probability that the fire department will have to respond in the first place, but this time it'll be vehicle versus pedestrian medical calls.
A number of people have referred to this 10-foot setback, and I think we need to investigate that. This thing about through traffic has been referenced a number of times with solutions, including gates or whatever.
Oh, I have an answer when you're ready.
Well,
So the thing is, we've got.
I don't need an answer.
We're not really, are you wanting to do some discussion and deliberation, because we've got the rebuttal?
No, I need one more. I need
a question, okay.
I have a question.
Okay.
One gentleman referenced a no-rise permit. Is that choice of words, does that have specific meaning?
Sure, I believe that's in our staff comment. That's related to the flood overlay district, and I can bring Josh Wheeler out. This area is not in the flood overlay district. A no-rise permit is related to the FEMA and flood overlay. I can bring Josh Wheeler up if you want to.
We can deal with it later, but that's just something that caught my eye, and I wasn't quite sure I understood the terminology.
I do have a comment related to, and I know we have two more people that want to make public comments, so I don't want to forget them. I have two people that turned in hard copies, and I was assuming that they had turned in public comment forms.
Okay.
I have Dr. Leon Leigel and Catherine.
Okay,
I want to make sure.
I'm only calling people that I have the slips for.
Okay, I have two sets of written comments. I want to make sure
And I did get one from Catherine after I'd given you those papers, so we do have one from Catherine.
All right, we will just hand it over then. And then the other person?
Well, this may be part of Catherine, so.
Okay, is that something you want to hand out to us
I'd like
right
to hand
now?
out, but I was going to wait till she got called up.
Okay, well, why don't you hand it out now?
Okay.
And then I will call her up.
Yeah, we're going to need a break after public comment.
Yeah, no doubt.
Thank you.
This was items not in the record related to
So these items are not to be considered. Or you circled it?
Okay.
And then this is the second piece, and the second page identified.
Okay, so if it's not in the record and it's not allowed to be in the record, why are you giving it to us? Okay, because I'm just happy if you just keep it and then we don't have to deal with it. We want the front
Well,
page.
it's a mix of.
Okay, all right.
The front page is what?
We want the front page, but we don't want the back page. So we're taking the back page off, I presume. Okay, all right.
I'm just going to take one. And then you can pass. The first two paragraphs that talks about the state land jurisdiction coordinator is.
I don't have it yet, so. Are you supposed to hand those down?
I was just thinking about, I was thinking about what the one.
Sorry, hang on, we've got paper.
I was thinking about what the one gentleman said, and I was thinking about how much time the Supreme Court gets to deliberate and how much time we've got to deliberate. But is there more than one document?
We're trying to figure out which piece we're supposed to be having, yeah. Sorry, this is what happens when people submit stuff at the last minute. It's not that we don't want it, but, you know, we don't have time to read it.
I'm going to highlight everything there.
Hang on just a second. I don't know.
Is there a cutoff
Was
point?
it when it was submitted today?
Yeah, and Catherine, she has standing too.
Okay, she has standing. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
I just wanted to remove the two top paragraphs.
And I have a point to make on that.
Sure.
Okay, hang on just a second. I have not actually called you yet, Catherine. I'm sorry. Hang on. So was this already previously submitted?
No, this is her public comment this evening.
Oh, this is her public comment. Okay, because I kind of was recognizing the typing. I was trying to figure it out. Okay, give us a second here so we can figure out what we've got. We've got one thing from Catherine, which is the multiple page item, and then we have one thing from Dr. Leon Weigel. Is that how you pronounce that?
Legal.
Legal. Okay, so we have two things. Okay, good. All right. All right. Catherine, go ahead.
Before you start the clock,
Are you testifying or clarifying
no,
something?
I'm clarifying.
Okay.
All right. I brought these because I'm covering a lot of territory.
Sure.
And I thought you would like to have
Well,
them
sounds to me like you're testifying, clarifying what you've got here.
All
so.
right. I reserve the right to speak to any additional information that was added to the project files after the closing date for comments. The wetland delineation report, the letter from the state of Oregon regarding that were not in the files at the time that the comments had to be in. Therefore, they should be allowed because I did reserve the right to speak to those things. The letter from Dr. Leon Legal, I included because I am going to explain why it is there, and I'm going to quote directly from it. But I wanted you to have the letter so you could see where he got his references. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, Bill?
Then I had another point of order, and I'm a little bit confused on this. I realize there are definite dates and timelines that things have to be done. The pre-application conference took place in March of 2021. And it stated in there that the applicant had 180 days to submit his complete application, which would have been September of 2021. The complete application was not submitted until January 2nd of 2022. If, in fact, you are going to allow this application to be addressed tonight, it seems to me reasonable that the City Commission should have the right to extend their deadline for their deliberations and before they make their decision.
So it was just an observation I'm making. Obviously, that's up to the city commissioners to decide.
So hold that thought while I ask our legal counsel.
About the pre-application question? Or?
Yes.
I think the 180 days is related to once you turn in an application, so those were our notes with the pre-application conference, explaining to the applicant the next step. So once you turn in an application, you have, if it is not deemed complete, the applicant has 180 days to submit the outstanding information. So that's what that 180 days
Right,
is
but
from,
that's
which
not
is
the 120-day clock.
no, which is different. So if you, once you've submitted an application, if it's found to be incomplete, you have 180 days before the city kicks the application out and you have to reapply. So it's a different section related to the completeness time period. And this application was deemed complete.
And did that occur?
Yeah, the application was deemed complete and noticed in early January.
Within the proper time periods?
Correct.
Does that clarify that, Catherine?
No, I mean, it clarifies it, but the pre-application conference minutes that I read did not say, it said 180 days to submit a complete application.
Let me try and clarify.
Sure.
The 120-day issue has a variety of different pieces. It's a little bit intricate. So what happened, I don't have the notes in front of me, but what I'm hearing from Christina is at the pre-application conference and reflected in the notes, it said, when you submit an application, you have 180 days in which to complete that application. That happened in March of 21.
That was the pre-app.
That was a pre-app. September of 2021, they submitted their application for the first time.
No, they didn't.
I'm sorry, November of 2021.
Okay.
So
yes,
they
November,
didn't make
so
the
they,
deadline then.
So there was no deadline related to the pre-application. What the notes reflect is that once an application is submitted, they then have 180 days to
submit a
complete
completed application.
November, they submitted it. They completed the application in January within the 180-day period.
So it's the 180 days starts when they submit the application. If it's not deemed complete, what the city staff is saying is that they have 180 days to make it complete, which happened in January.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
No, that's
that.
fine.
Although it seems to me that that gives them an infinite amount of time.
Maybe that sentence needed to be clarified in the pre-app notes, that it's 180 days from the time that you submit, so
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I tripped on it. And when I trip on something, I've got to find out the answer.
It's complicated and
it is. There's lots of different
My mother always said I
deadlines.
had insatiable curiosity.
So Jacob, would you start the clock at the beginning? So when she starts.
All right.
Hang on, he's resetting the clock. Oh, you got to go all the way back. Can't just go boonk and it goes back. Okay, go ahead. Get it fixed so she can start. He's going to fix it. He's just got to let it run out here for a minute. I want to make sure you get all of your time.
What time are we going to? What time were we?
She gets her 3 minutes, so that's why I said spread it back to the time of 3 minutes so that she can start. These were procedural questions that are not part of the testimony, was clarification of part of the process.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to put my hearing aid on. I've got a little place you pop it on.
Okay, he's getting there. Are you ready?
And so if you speak
Catherine,
to me,
are you ready?
I may not hear you.
Are you ready? Okay, he started the clock. So
It's
name
that hearing thing.
and city of residence.
Catherine Pieslowitz. I am a resident of Oregon City. And the Neighborhood Association has asked me, even though I've worked on a lot of different things for this appeal, to speak directly to the Title III stream and the wetlands delineation, also to the zoning code for the site. I'm doing this in reverse order of how I have it laid out because I think I want to touch the zoning code first. I don't want to run out of time. So, the staff report, as well as the pre-conference hearing state that the zoning for this site is multiple use corridor -1. The staff report also on page 5, where it states this, they give a definition of what can be done as far as residents in a MUC1 zone. It states that moderate density residential can be elected for properties with that zoning. Oregon Chapter 17, under the subsection regarding zoning districts, defines moderate residential density as 3 to 4 plexes, units of multifamily housing, or 3 to 4 plex multifamily units. The development of this site would, a 30-unit complex on less than 1 acre of property, fits the definition of high-density development. This development is not allowed on this site. The city code also has very specific requirements for how you go about changing zoning. None of this is in evidence, none of it has been applied for or the process gone through. Right there, that's grounds for denying the application. Now, they wanted me to speak to the Title III stream and wetlands delineation, and as I said, I would probably run out of time to do that, which is why I brought a copy of my presentation and also Dr. Leon Legal's letter. I question the testing sites for the wetlands delineation. The testing sites were only 2 sites, one inside the channel, one right alongside the channel.
You're going to run out of time.
I know. And also, they did not take place where the wetlands appears on the water quality overlay water quality area for dated 2014 by the City of Oregon City, nor the water quality area overlay that is stated by Metro. The stream has been classified, and it shows such on the Oregon City web maps, as a Metro Title III stream. There are very specific requirements for protections of this type of stream. For it to be classified as a Metro Title III stream, it is in fact an intermittent stream. It also is a continuation of the stream, intermittent stream, that runs along the flows along the entire length of Kamm Street before it crosses onto the site. So the only way those things can be changed is through the codes and requirements for amending these, both with the City of Oregon City and with Metro. Piping an intermittent Title III stream does not show as a possibility in any of the Title III codes, and I don't see in the Oregon City Municipal Code any allowance for piping a Title III classified intermittent stream.
So you're about 2 minutes over your time.
Okay.
So wrap it up. I'll give you a little bit more time.
As far as the sampling, the soil sampling, which was all well and good, According to Dr. Leon Legal, who has over 28 years experience working for the United States Department of Forestry, as well as the United States Environmental Protection Agency. And then after retiring, he went to work for the University of Oregon.
Hey, I'm going to have to stop you, Catherine. You're now at 3 minutes over. So.
Oh, okay.
We've got the letter. We will read it.
All right. I would appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I really want to thank you, all of you, for all of your time tonight. I know you volunteered to do this, and you provide an incredible service to our community.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
If it's okay, I have maybe 4 or 5 responses to some of the comments this evening, if that'll be helpful now or at the end, at the discretion of the City Commission.
I think we should let her participate if she wants, but I mean, I've got a plethora of questions.
I think the first thing is there consensus to go past 10 p.m.?
Well, here we are.
We have to. Yes.
Here we are, we're facing this 120-day rule again. And there's been a number of some substantive issues raised that need to be addressed in detail and resolved. I mean, if we have to make a decision because of the 120-day rule, given these concerns.
It's getting really old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean.
Well, I guess what I would recommend is, I think I can see the clock from here. It looks like it's 5 minutes after 10, so we have agreed to go past that. If we can take a 5-minute break, because I would like to hear the applicant's rebuttal, and I'm having a very hard time sitting still because I drank a whole bottle of iced tea.
Are we done?
I just want to be honest.
Are we done with public testimony? Okay.
So we're going to take a 5-minute break, okay? And then we'll be back at 10 after sharp. And then we'll be ready for the applicant's rebuttal. Thank you. Pizza, oh, no, we're not having pizza tonight.
I like that idea.
Actually, he said he wants the pizza. Only if it doesn't have any onions on it, then I will eat it.
Just to let you know, we are live.
Okay, so I'm going to call the meeting back to order, and we are going to hear the rebuttal. Are you ready, Todd? Thank you again.
Well, thank you. This has been a very long meeting, and appreciate everyone's input and understand the neighbors' concerns. And I'm going to briefly address a few of them, but I would like Ivy to address the ones that are NROD related. First off, Mr. Wheeler pointed out that there is no dedication. The city, in their wisdom, decided that they would prefer easements instead. So NROD area is still on our property. It is an easement, though, for utilities and for future widening of the street. A bulk of the trees that were removed prior to back in 2018, I believe, were actually outside the NROD area, but we're willing to mitigate those however the city sees fit. Hopefully we can do a majority of that on site. Some of it may have to be a fee in lieu of or mitigated off site, but I think we can work with city staff to do that. Emergency vehicle access through the site, actually, I believe will benefit the city there, or the Kamm Street residents as well. Right now, there's no way for a fire truck to get out of Kamm Street if it gets down there. This would provide an added safety benefit for the city as well. And having a gated, controlled access, I think, would be a benefit to the residents of that neighborhood as well. We're going to be providing a pedestrian path there. And the way the staff has written the recommendations or the findings, we would actually be providing a 7-foot easement, I believe it is, for pedestrians, which is going to require we actually push the building back another foot or two. And that's something we can adjust pretty easily on the site. That will give the cemetery a little more breathing room there too. There's a comment brought up about property values. Those are not relative to the code, and those are not things that can be really quantified. So didn't feel that was applicable. According to the owner, there was an additional dilapidated building, a shed that was on the property that was demolished at the same time the trees were taken down. And there were actually homeless people living in that shelter and that structure. And the MUC zone, this is an outright allowed use. There would actually be 17 to 20 or 17 to 34 dwelling units permitted on this size property. 30 units is below, and it's right in that range. So I'll leave it up to Ivy here. And then I'd like a couple minutes in closing too.
How much time do we have for our rebuttal?
149, 147.
All right, thank you. I have a quick procedural question, though. I got the impression that we can provide information that's not in the record during the rebuttal if it pertains to the things. Okay, I felt like I saw people doing that previously.
And you can call it out if you want.
Okay, all right, back to my all on the record response then. I'll just go through some things. There was a lot of talk about the criteria for a type 1 review. My understanding is that the NROD is a type 2 NROD verification for that part of the project, so those comments were not applicable. In the way that I understand it, the no rise permit also is not applicable because we are not in a flood zone on this site. And there was some talk about the drought potentially affecting hydrology. You guys remember the normal precip range. That range that was developed was based on 1979 to 2000, so that's the normal range pre the years that were referred to as the drought years. So I think that's been taken into account with the precip. Again, we didn't look at wildlife. I'm not going to contest the idea that there was wildlife using the trees, but it would not have changed my findings regarding the status of the drainage, and it would not have changed the presence or absence of wetland, because that's just not a criteria for either of those analyses. The wetland delineation testing sites, we identified the sites that were most likely to contain wetland based on the topography of the site. So the channel is lower, more likely to have wetland in it, more likely to hold water. Next to the channel is more likely to have a high water table if it's a stream, because streams have high water tables associated with them. And I think I ran out of time. No? 8 more seconds. The mapping, it was not mapped exactly right in the water quality overlay as one of the
about 18 seconds over now.
But we verified the exact location, which is what you're supposed to do when you do a site review, which is why it varies from the previously mapped location for the drainage.
Nope. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to offer a procedural question, or I don't know how to present this.
You can address the commission and
Just ask us and then we'll ask him. And he'll be able to hear it.
The owner would like to, realizing the complexity of this issue and all the testimony that was received tonight, not put the pressure on you guys to make a decision this evening if you do not feel like you can. And we would be willing to continue this until the next hearing.
The next meeting?
Pardon me?
Our next meeting?
Your next meeting, correct. Yes, but we would like to close the record this evening and do that. And then we would extend the 120 days to June 6th to allow staff to prepare a final written decision. Are those the days, Christina?
Let me make sure June 6th is the Monday. Get my math right.
June 6th is a Monday.
Okay, June 6th.
Okay.
Time? Is that going to be enough time?
So,
Staff? I just want be realistic.
So this is what, May
18th.
18th. So, you have received a fair amount of information. I know staff has some questions that you likely have, to the extent you haven't had them answered. We want to make sure you have that available to you. We'd come back at the next meeting with the information, and maybe you could ask the questions this evening that you'd want us to address. And then at that meeting, we'd ask you for direction, whether you saw the options Christina gave. We can have a draft set of findings for whatever you want. And then to the extent that the commission is not satisfied with those, typically what we do is have the changes directed, and then we bring back a new set of findings. Given that they're not extending to the second meeting in June, what we could do is perhaps delegate to staff with the assistance of a member of the commission to review the set of findings and work to do something that meets the commission's as their final decision, and issue it by that 6th, if that works for the commission.
Well, the other option we could suggest is that if they don't want to extend it to the second meeting, we have a work session scheduled, and we could meet a little bit before that. Notice that you're saying no, can't do that?
The extension is through Monday. The work session would be on Tuesday.
That's what I'm saying. The work session is the next day, which is the 7th.
If the owner were to extend to the 7th, that would give time to have that review of the decision document on the 7th.
So we would need to extend it to the 8th, allow for mailing.
So the 8th, would the 8th work for, is that something the owner is willing to do? I'm seeing a nod in the background. And so the statutes require any extension to be in writing, so we'd ask to follow up with an email or something. Okay. So with that.
I have a question. Do the future agendas allow for the placement of this additional topic on them? And I'm more prone to go for the second meeting in June because there's been a significant number of substantive issues that are going to require some real in-depth analysis and answers. And I don't want to get up against the wall again like we are tonight, only to have to ask for a second extension. I want to put it to bed once and for all, and I'd like the room to do that. And I'll defer to my...
Well, and consider the fact that two of us are out of town on the 15th of June.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll be doing a meeting from San Antonio in the middle of the night.
Yeah, thanks for
They're only
reminding
1
me.
hour ahead of us, aren't they?
Two, I think.
Oh, Texas is 2? On
And
Central
our
Time.
meetings don't go short.
As you noticed.
Right now, we have the 1st and the 7th.
Is our second meeting the 15th? I don't have my phone out. Can I see your calendar? Oh, then we better do it next week then. Because if you guys are going to be gone and you're going to zoom in.
That's the plan.
Okay, because we won't have a quorum then. It looks like we're going for the 8th. I'm with them being 2 hours ahead of time and knowing what happened when you were in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, you guys didn't have to do it from Washington, D.C.
Yeah, that was 3 hours. That just,
So in what I'm hearing, that we would, deliberations would occur at the meeting on June 1st, and then there would be a decision document back for you to review at the work session on the 7th.
right, well,
with
we
the mailing on the 8th.
noticed that as a meeting for that specific item, and then
Right, where there'd be a regular meeting in addition to the work session on the 7th.
Is that okay with you guys? It's better than zooming in at, it'd be, our meeting started at 7, you'd be at 9 o'clock already. I'd rather have you be fresh on the 7th than sort of tired and grumpy on the 15th.
Oh, I'll be tired and grumpy on the 7th too.
Oh, that's okay, but you'll be here in town. Okay, so we have a consensus on the 8th? Given
Well,
the
the 8th is
constraint.
not, the 8th is not a meeting.
Well, that's when they would we'd be meeting on the 7th, and that would give staff the additional time on the 8th.
Before our work session?
Yes, we do it, yeah. However the staff is going to organize it, we'd have the
I
document
can't
findings
mail
on
the
7th.
notice that evening, so I would need it to be extended the next day to allow mailing.
Right, so it's be the 8th.
What we would need is an extension of the 120-day line.
Right.
Until June 8th, and the applicant
We have
is
some pads here if you want to write that on there, give it to staff.
So, it sounds like there's a consensus, June 8th would work. It sounds like the applicant is willing to extend that.
I'm asking you
Okay.
whether you are okay with that. So please be candid about it. We're trying to.
I think the point is, we're not okay with the whole situation.
I understand that, but we have to set something. The applicant is willing to extend. And we are trying to find a middle ground to allow us to make a decision and also allow staff to do the work that they need to do without them feeling like they're pushed up against the wall.
But I have no idea if we have a decision by then even.
Well, we've got to try.
Then you can go forward with, well, I'm not consenting to that, so figure it out.
Well, what is going to work for you?
We have to compile a list of the questions that have
Well, we're
arisen
going to do
tonight.
that as soon as we finish hearing the rebuttal, and then.
Okay, well, then let's revisit this conversation after that.
Well, the applicant is willing to extend to June the 8th. That's what we have right now. Subject to closing the record, which we will do. So let's have the rest of the rebuttal, and.
I believe that is
Yeah.
the rest of the rebuttal.
Yeah, that's it then. Okay. So being that there's no more testimony, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing.
I do have a question. Do we not get to rebut some of the questions they have?
Hang on just a second. So the procedures for land use hearings are on the wall over there, and I believe we're down to, if I can read it correctly, it says individuals, et cetera, applicants, rebuttal, public hearing is closed. So the appellants don't get to rebut, is what I understand. It's rebutting the rebuttal. So am I procedurally incorrect?
So There are a variety of different ways the procedure can be handled.
Okay.
The staff had indicated there would be a period for appellant rebuttal. As indicated at the beginning, the applicant always gets the last word. So if the appellants have something they want to rebut, a short period of time to allow
Okay,
the appellant's rebuttal,
fine, all
and then
right.
an even shorter applicant's
Okay.
rebuttal.
We'll reopen, sorry about that. Come on up.
Okay, thank you. I can go first. No, go first. You want to go first? Yeah, I'm going to go first. And my rebuttal is not going to take very long at all. I'm listening again to you guys as commissioners, and you're struggling with being able to make a wise decision, a good decision based off the information that you have.
But hold
And
on just a second. How much time should I be giving this person?
3 minutes is fine.
It's 5 minutes. That's what I told him. He just didn't know.
Yeah, 5 is fine.
5's fine.
That's what it says. I think I can read that from here.
And as a property owner, I guess I'd be challenging you to make sure that you take all the information, decipher it, to make the best decision and the wisest decision as you can. But what I'm taking from what I'm listening to you guys right now is it's a stress. I feel like I can't do it. And I guess I'm challenging you then, if you need to make it 3 weeks, then make it 3 weeks. You need to make it 4 weeks, make it 4 weeks, because this decision affects myself, it affects the builder, and it affects a whole bunch of other people. And I would rather see you run this into July if you have to. And yes, that means something else is pushed out and something else is delayed, but a decision that is made hastily is a decision that is a mistake. I think that you need to go through all the information that was brought to you tonight from both sides and to be able to weigh this out. So I guess that's my only comment to you guys is, as you're deciding when you're going to have this meeting to go over all this information, that you give yourself adequate time, because this 120 days, I'm throwing it back to the city. I feel like they dropped the ball. I think they had a 20-day extension on top of that. And here we are.
State law, though.
Yeah, I know, but here we are, you're crammed to the last second because of whatever reasons they are, and you're scrambling trying to make this and make the right decision. And so, because I can tell you guys are trying to do the right thing, and as a homeowner, that's all I could ever ask for. But I guess what I'm asking from you is to give adequate time. And if that means going into July, going into July. And I don't know what powers that you guys have to do, because I'm just a homeowner and I just do my thing like everybody else. So I'm asking to make sure that you give yourself adequate time for it.
The applicant is in the driver's seat with regard to extending the time. We can only ask, and they can say yes, no, or I'm willing to do this. So that's where we are right now.
Okay. So that's what I needed to know. Yeah. So ultimately it goes back to the applicant.
Yes.
Forcing your hand to make a hasty decision.
Well, hopefully not.
Okay. All right. That's what I need to know.
You have a...
I do.
Dave, we have a question.
So we've all heard it plenty of times. The number one concern is safety here.
Yes.
And so in the written testimony and in your spoken testimony to us, you talked about how a gate would not be enough. So can you address why bollards, which would not open, would not be enough to address the safety issue that you've brought up?
Yes, because I think ultimately when you put a bollard there, what you've done is made that a through access period. And at some point going forward, it can be changed. If you put no gates there and you put a fence there, well, then what you're saying is that the property has egress, ingress from Warner Milne, and that it is not connected to Kamm Street, which that is the crux of the biggest issue for me, myself, personally as a landlord or a homeowner, that when you tie it to Kamm Street, you're creating all kinds of issues. Whether you put a bollard in there or whatever you do, you're still creating issues. If you put a fence up there, it closes the property, keeps it contained. Kamm Street can continue to be whatever it is, a little friendly neighborhood. The 30-unit complex can go in there. I don't know how that looks because he's got to have egress, ingress for, emergency vehicles, but that's not my expertise. That's not my concern. That goes back to the builder, and that goes back to the city, to these guys here to figure that part out. The only part that I'm trying to address is when you put a bollard in there, it makes it a through street, period. And at some point, you can say, yes, we're only going to do it for emergency vehicles, but what about 10 years from now? And then what does that look like 10 years from now when Oregon City grows and you have more growth in there and all that?
Yeah, no.
I can't answer that.
We can't.
So going back to that, what your question was, yes, I think putting a gate in there, I think it changes everything. I do. I think for the safety of the neighborhood, I think having a fence there would be great, closing it off. And again, speaking as a
Okay, so
property
now you're
owner.
repeating yourself.
No, but speaking as a property owner, that knowing how many times emergency vehicles, because putting the gate in there was predicated on emergency.
I'm going to stop you
Yeah.
because you've answered his question,
Yeah.
and now we're getting into, it sounds like additional testimony to me, and we need to be fair. So let's go to Troy. And
Yeah, that's fine. And actually, I was about to touch on that because what I think he was about to say, and I wrote this down, is it has been mentioned that the fire trucks on Kamm, if we put in a bollard or a gate or whatever, that it would open up to where we could have fire access easy. Well, I can tell you I've lived a decade on Kamm Street, and I've seen a fire truck one time. And the question really is, you're talking, when it pertains to the safety aspect of it, right? So what logically is safer? Is it safer for if once a decade, a fire truck may have to back up Kamm Street with all the personnel that they use to back a vehicle with the lights and everything? Is it safer to do that, or is it safer to open that up and allow cars through all the time? And so that's the question to really think about when you're trying to address that fire access, okay? And then as it pertains to the NROD, the bulk of the trees they were saying were out of the NROD area. So how do we know the scope and the bottom line of that? And it's not just about the trees as well. We got to remember, NROD is not just about trees, but vegetation as well. And vegetation, the scope of that was actually changed when that clear cutting occurred. So it's not just about trees, but we got to remember it's about the vegetation as well. And then there was something that was mentioned about the access of Kamm Street, as far as I think Christina had mentioned that the way because we're coming back to the setback aspect, the frontal side of this is saying it has two fronts, one on Warner Milne, one on Kamm Street. Now, as I understand the municipal code, if we're going to call that what it is, then does not municipal code require that you do street improvements on the access that's frontal? Now, that's the way I understand municipal code. I might be wrong on that. I'm not an expert. I'm assuming these guys over here are expert. You guys are better experts than I am. But if there's a access that's supposed to be front-facing, municipal code requires there to be street improvements on that. So if we're going to call the north end of this building front-facing, then we got to think about what we're going to do as far as street improvements. It's plain and simple. So anyway, that's all I have to say. I keep it short and sweet for you guys. But I'll stay under my 5 minutes. Thank you.
okay, am I missing anybody else?
Do you not have to reopen it to the applicant?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, applicants don't want the last word?
Yep.
Okay. Can close the public hearing?
Yes.
All right. Public hearing is closed. All right. Yes, sir.
I'll actually be out of town the 8th as well.
Okay, thank you. Yep, okay.
So my question kind of goes along, the last comment goes along with.
No, he's not, the hearing's closed and we're talking, so thank you.
Oh, yeah, not a question.
Yeah, sorry.
Question for staff.
Sure.
I don't understand how a building can front a dead end perpendicular. That makes no sense to me. And if the bollards are going to be there or any closure, that's a dead end street. How do you have a building front a dead end street?
It's still a front.
It blows my mind. There's not a cul-de-sac there. There's not anything. So that I would like explained. I'd also like to explain, and I have a feeling we're going to get an answer that's similar to the fact that how we dealt with parks, where we have parks that aren't parks. Do we also have streams that aren't streams? Because our maps say they aren't streams. So are we going to say that, okay, our maps are wrong? Or they're not streams? There's so many questions. And I feel so frustrated on so many levels with this topic and so many other topics that have come through planning, where we wait till the last minute and we're put in this situation. And I'm fed up with it, honestly.
All right, do you have any other questions that we need to add to the
Oh,
list?
a ton, but we're not going to get to them tonight.
Okay, well, you need to tell us what the questions are. So
I don't need to do anything.
I know, but I'm going to skip over to Commissioner O'Donnell. I know you had some questions that you want to have answered.
Well, I think there's a number of substantive questions brought up. I agree with Commissioner Smith. It says it's this document, our formal document, says it's a stream, Metro Title III stream. Do we allow the applicant to redefine what that is by virtue of their study, or does it remain a stream because it's called a stream? I understood the technicalities of it, but that's what the document says. The question about setbacks was raised, 10 foot against an R6. I think that has to be answered by staff.
Oh.
Jump in anytime, I don't mind.
Well, I think that the applicant said that they were going to move the building back, but I didn't quite catch the numbers.
I didn't hear that.
Sure, and I'll be able, I don't have to respond to it, but there's a direct code response to that.
Let's just state the questions tonight and compile the information and come back. I don't want to try this thing tonight.
No, okay. So was the question of setbacks regarding the Kamm Street frontage?
Okay. Yeah, I think there's things that are easily resolved. I think there's things that are going to be very difficult. Okay. And we need answers to specific questions.
Okay.
And we're trying to state those for staff to investigate.
Okay, got it.
And jump in as we page through.
On that same topic, so the setback is how far from the cemetery?
3 feet.
3 feet. Now, if the apartments were flipped and the parking lot was on the PGE side and the buildings were on the other side, how much would the setback be from the property at the end of Kamm Street?
Well, you've got the storm drainage there. That's the.
No.
So that's a question?
It's a question. Okay. Would the setback be 10 feet if it was next to the property at the end of Kamm Street?
I think the NROD needs to be investigated. I think there's a question raised about transitioning, I'll just call it an open flow channel without trying to define it as either a stream or can that legally transition to a closed pipe? Again, anybody jump in. We're just trying to enumerate the questions that we need answered to meet and resolve this thing next time.
Do you have anything? I guess one of the things that was brought up that the property was changed. So besides the removal of the trees, was the property changed by some sort of grading? I didn't quite understand that.
Well, what's the impact of modifying the property, right?
I would like to see, for me, a condition put in that regardless of whatever the reason was, and people in the community that know me know that I'm not a real big fan of the taking trees down and then forgiving later. So I would like to see a condition that requires the mitigation to occur on site, not in lieu of, so that some of those trees can be replaced. I'm sure that people will appreciate shade because, as we know, we've got climate change issues. So that's one thing I would want to see. Mr. Wheeler answered my question about the right-of-way versus the easement, so I don't have any further concern about that. I noticed on one part of the site plan, it showed that there would be a privacy fence, I believe, and again, sorry, directionally challenged from that area, so I'm trying to think of, so if I'm going towards PGE, is that generally sort of south? West, okay.
Yeah, if you're going towards...
I'm trying to orient myself to the Willamette River. That's how I figure out where the heck I am, so I'm...
If you're going towards Warner Milne,
so if I'm going to go towards your house,
Don't use my house.
Yeah, don't use your house. So if I'm not going to your house, I'm going to the planning department. If I'm going to the planning department, that property line that's generally south, is what I thought. So that property, the PG, adjacent to PGE.
Warner Milne is south, is it not?
I don't think of, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so anyway.
Toward Warner Milne
So there's supposed to be a fence on the other side, so I don't think it, so the cemetery has chain link and arborvitae from what I could see and the pictures and what I saw on site. So I'm not sure what other screening would be required. It's certainly not going to be a fence to block off the view from a third story, and I understand that people want respite and they don't want people staring down. So the applicant talked about moving the structure towards Warner Milne. That probably will help that a little ways. It was mentioned that there was going to be some requests for right-of-way for Warner Milne, but when I was looking at the picture, my thing is going to die here, so hopefully it's not going to die while we're talking. There was on the picture, it showed, hang on if I can find it here. Shoot, I just lost it. Okay, there you go, staff report. So on page of the staff report, it showed, looks like page 11, it shows Kamm Street and Warner Milne, but I think the dotted is the sidewalk, and then the sidewalk gets smaller where the wetland is. But that's not a full dedication there, I presume. That's to accommodate that.
I'm ready to.
Okay, so what I had in my notes was, why can't we incorporate the wetland and not require as much dedication there so that the wetland can continue? And I guess the other question is, so the water that's coming through this property, where the heck is that coming from? It's coming just through the cemetery and then beyond. This is part of the Singer Creek drainage area, I presume?
That sounds like an engineering question.
I know, and that's just for the question. So then when it comes out the other side to go to Warner, off through Warner, under Warner Milne, and it goes by those apartments, I'm presuming it kind of hits that wetland that we had behind the property at 320 that we owned. So somehow the water is migrating through there and getting, so I'm just trying to understand the extent of it, because we can't really isolate the water on this site because it's coming from one place and going to another place. So it's going under Warner Milne, and then it's heading towards, I forget what those apartments are there, by the credit union. Because I know when you go around the backside of the credit union, you can hear frogs and stuff. What's that? Oh, it's to keep this going. Okay, yeah, this is about ready to die. It said low battery about 10 minutes ago. Okay, all right. 3%, good grief. So it seems to me that we ought to do all that we can to keep the portion of the wetland that was identified viable so that it continues to flow through where it needs to go. And it can be it's part of the system from what I can see on the plan.
The only other thing I would say is if any member of the commission realizes an unasked question, we should individually forward it to
staff, yeah.
Staff, Christina with a copy to Mr. Conkle.
Yeah.
So make sure that no stone goes unturned in our search for information.
I definitely support the applicant's contention that Kamm is going to end and having ballers there. We have other areas in Oregon City that have ballers at the industry, and there's not been a problem with them at all that I'm aware of, and I know of several places in the community. So I think bollards is going to provide, if there's a fence adjacent to it, and we talked about pedestrian access. So if the kids are going through the property to get over to Warner Milne to a bus stop or to go to Gardner, it seems to me that we would provide some pedestrian access there, and I think you made some suggestions about how that could be accommodated.
I think we would do well not to discuss solutions tonight.
No, I'm just saying that they already had that in the report, and that was a question I had, is how could we accommodate that, and I think they've addressed it, but we can add that. Said that it's not in a flood zone, but obviously there was water in January, so like I said, the water's coming from somewhere and going to somewhere else. The question about the setback, I think you've already got that down on the list. And I think that's what I had on my questions.
I agree. Like I say, if any of us think of anything addition, submit it to staff, copy to Mr. Conkle, and search any additional information.
Okay, so
the setback question has been raised by multiple people, as called out according to them by code. Let's get the answer.
So let me get back to the question at hand. We have the applicant and the property owner who are willing to extend the 120-day deadline. I really want to strongly recommend that we not wait until June 15th when you are gone. I just don't think that's going to be workable. I think going beyond that date is unreasonable for the applicant. I realize that we've come up against the deadline, but I don't think it is the fault of the staff. I think it is due to the complexity of this and all of the issues. Sometimes when we accept applications, I don't think we always know everything that we need to know about it, and things come up as we go along and as the staff is reviewing this. So I have some concern that we need to be fair to the applicant, we need to be fair to the appellants, and we need to be fair to the staff in order to get the work done that they need. So I really want to encourage you to support going to the 8th, because I just think you guys are going to a conference, and I don't think it's reasonable for you to be logging into something at 9 o'clock at night after you've had a full day of learning and getting all sorts of information back to us for about where you've gone to the water conference. Do you have any opinion about that, Mr.?
I agree with you.
I think if the answers to our questions can be prepared in a timely manner, and this commission has time to review them, I think we can make it, I can live with the 8th. But those answers have to be prepared and furnished to us well in advance for consideration. And I want to thank the applicant for working with everyone to try to give us because I want to make a good decision. I don't want to make a tired decision. I don't want to make a decision in haste. I don't want to make a decision in a fatigue condition. And this has been a wealth of information tonight with many questions to be answered. So allow us to do a good job. I can live with it.
Okay. Well, I think you have a consensus. So we'll go from there.
I expect to see this information you've asked for on the agenda for the next meeting for deliberations.
So what would you like to have a deadline if people have questions so they get the email to you? I mean, let's be reasonable, in terms of being fair to you guys.
Monday morning.
Okay. Great. I think everybody's got the message. Thank you to everybody that was here tonight. I really appreciate it. I understand that these things are long, but I think the commission feels very strongly that everybody needs to be heard. We know that there are a complexity of issues. We are not wetlands experts. We are not road experts, but many of us have been through enough hearings. We sort of pick stuff up. Staff has been very helpful to us. So please bear with us as we try to sort through all this. This is, as Commissioner O'Donnell said, we want to make a decision when we are not tired, and we want to make sure we have all the facts. We want to address the questions that we have, that we heard from you and the applicant. So I just want to thank you for being patient. Nobody said that land use was pretty, but it is something necessary, and I have to tell you that I believe that even with its complexities, it has kept our state from turning into other places that I think are just slightly disastrous, but that's a personal opinion. So thank you, everybody. And if you exit, we've still got a couple more things that we need to do because I want to get these guys out of here in the next probably 10 minutes. So thank you so much. We appreciate your coming, and we look forward to talking to you at the next meeting.
Thanks, everyone.
Sorry. All right. I don't know if any of you, this will be the second time you're getting booted, Mr. Graham, but I don't think we're going to get to the city-sponsored special event program again, and I'm so sorry. You should have known that getting in front of a land use decision was not going to be a piece of cake. So, Mr. Manager, sir, thank you for your patience with all this, and thank you, staff, for your patience, and thank you, Bill. Do you have any other words of wisdom for us, Tony?
I'm sorry, I've got two
That's okay.
conversations
Too many
going
people
on.
are talking to you.
I missed the question.
We're down to 10.
Sounds good.
We're down to 10.
I don't have any updates at this point tonight.
Okay. So you all got my memo that I'm making a request to you on behalf of the Friends of the Buena Vista Clubhouse, and I'm asking for support to allow for the Friends of the Buena Vista Clubhouse to apply for a grant. And I'm not going to go into the horrendous details, but basically I said everything I needed to say in the email so you understand what a historic structures report is. I gave Mr. Morrow a copy of one that had been done previously so he could see the extent and the detail of the information that you glean from a study of that sort. So I'm requesting that you allow them to apply for this. The reason that they can apply for it is because I'm a member of the National Trust, and somebody has to be a member in order to put their membership number down on the application. So I'm willing to do that on behalf of this group.
I'm not making any further decisions tonight. I'm done. I'd like to see that thing in its entirety.
I can't produce the historic structures report in entirety because that's what we're applying
Okay,
for the
then I'm
grant
not
for.
making a decision tonight.
Well,
I'm done.
the reason I'm asking is that the deadline is June 1st.
Has the parks had any input on that?
I
Or have an input on that, or do you as?
I have talked to Mr. Reed about it. The application basically is consisting of what it is that you want, which is a historic structures report, who is going to do it, which I've put down, who is the consultant that we'd like to hire. The money is primarily going to paying for the consultant. It's not going to the Friends. It's going to pay to do the report. It's a 3-page application. You put in your name, your 5013C, you put down what the name of the structure is it on the National Register, and what it is you're going to be applying for, which is the Historic Structures Report. That is basically the extent of the application. They obviously have access to the National Register nomination because I don't have to include that in the application. It's just merely asking us when it was entered. That is what it is. It's very simple, 3 pages.
I don't have a problem with it.
Mr. Morrow?
I have a hard time with this one because with all the conversations we're having right now with our most visited park, with what we're trying to accomplish with Clackamas Park, with the new parks that we have opened just since I've been here, which I think has been excellent. I have people asking me, why are you asking us to raise your water rate or raise our water rates while at the same time you're opening up all these new parks? And so what I'm concerned of is that I recognize that right now, allowing this process to move forward does not cost us money right now, but I'm worried about what it opens us up to financially down the road. And at this point, I'm not comfortable opening that door because we have so many existing maintenance needs in our park system that's why we're embarking on the cost recovery program. And I do not think it would be right for us to open another thing when we still have so many things that we need to address right now.
So you didn't read my memo then? Because there is no obligation on the city's part.
That's not what I said.
I understand that.
That is not what I said.
I think the matter's settled because I agree with you, Commissioner
You're
Morrow.
looking down the
I'm not
road to
moving
something that
forward
I
on
don't
it
have the
tonight.
answers to.
That's what we're here for, is to plan for the future.
Well, I understand that, and this is going to help the city plan for the future.
I agree with Commissioner Morrow. I'm not prepared to move forward on it.
All right, okay, thank you. Is there any other further business?
No.
Thank you. Okay, I call this meeting adjourned.